Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story in full detail before. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit. I was 10 years old when it happened. The first major incident, I mean. We'd moved into this apartment complex in Bremen about 2 years earlier. It was nothing special from the outside, just a typical German apartment building with maybe 8 units. Ours was unique though because it had this spiral staircase that led down to a basement where my brother Niklas, he was 14, and I had our bedrooms. Looking back, there were always little things that seemed off about the place. Weird creaking sounds when nobody was moving around, the feeling of being watched. My toys sometimes ending up in places I didn't remember putting them. But when you're a kid, you don't think much about that stuff. You just assume it's normal or you forget about it quickly. But what happened that day after school, I can't forget that. Not ever. It was a Tuesday in October. The weather had turned cold, and it was already getting dark by the time school ended at 4 p.m. I remember walking home alone because Niklas had soccer practice. I had my backpack full of books and this stupid math homework I was dreading. Just a normal day. I reached our building, used my key to get in the main entrance, and walked toward our apartment door. Everything seemed completely normal until I put my key in our lock. I heard it then. A sort of high-pitched screaming coming from inside our apartment, but specifically from the basement. At first I thought maybe Niklas had come home early and was watching TV with the volume cranked up. But this didn't sound like TV. It sounded like someone or something was in genuine pain or terror. I froze with my key halfway turned in the lock. The screaming got louder and then it suddenly stopped. For maybe 3 seconds, there was total silence. Then it started again, but different this time, like multiple voices all screaming together. I should have run away immediately, but I was 10 and curious, and this was my home. So I pushed the door open. What I saw made me immediately regret that decision. Every door I could see from the entrance, the bathroom door, the kitchen door, the door to my parents' bedroom, and worst of all, the door leading to the spiral staircase, they were all opening and closing. Not slowly like from a draft. Slamming open and shut, over and over, perfectly in sync. Open, slam, open, slam. The noise was deafening, and the screaming from the basement continued underneath it all. I dropped my backpack right there in the doorway. I couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. When my body finally responded, I didn't even bother closing the front door. I just turned and ran. Out of the building, across the street, to this little playground area where I sat on a bench shaking. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe it was a prank. But how would anyone set that up? All the doors moving at once like that. And who would be screaming in our basement? I sat on that bench for almost an hour until I saw Niklas coming down the street with 2 of his friends, Jan and Marcus. They were laughing about something, kicking a soda can between them as they walked. When Niklas saw me sitting there, his face changed. He knew something was wrong. He ran over, asked why I was outside. I tried to explain, but I was crying by then, and it all came out jumbled. Every door, they're all opening and closing by themselves. And something screaming in the basement was what I managed to get out. His friends started laughing, thinking I was making it up, but Niklas knew me. He knew I wouldn't make this up or sit outside in the cold for nothing. "Show us," he said. I didn't want to go back. I really didn't want to go back. But having my big brother and his friends with me made it seem possible. So we walked across the street, up to our still open front door. The apartment was silent now. My backpack was still where I'd dropped it. Niklas picked it up, looked around cautiously, then motioned for his friends to follow him inside. "Hello?" he called out. Nothing. Marcus was already smirking, like he thought I'd made the whole thing up. But Jan seemed nervous, staying close to the door. Nicholas checked each room quickly, opening closets, looking behind furniture. Everything seemed normal. Then he stood at the top of the spiral staircase, looking down. "I'm going to check downstairs," he announced. "Don't," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "Something's down there." He gently removed my hand. "It's probably nothing, Lucas, but we need to check." He started down the stairs with Marcus following. Jan and I stayed at the top, peering down. The basement was dark, and Nicholas had to feel along the wall for the light switch. When the lights came on, everything looked normal at first, just our 2 bedrooms with the doors open and the small storage area where we kept winter clothes and holiday decorations. They checked my room first. Nothing unusual. Then Nicholas's room. Also normal. The storage room looked untouched. "See? Nothing here," Marcus said, already bored. That's when it started again. First just one door, the door to my bedroom. It slammed shut with such force that a picture fell off the wall. Then Nicholas's door did the same. Then both started opening and slamming shut in rhythm, faster and faster. Jan screamed from beside me, and I felt him turn and bolt for the exit. Nicholas and Marcus came sprinting up the spiral staircase, both pale and wide-eyed. The screaming sound started again as they reached the top, a terrible high-pitched wailing that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. We all ran outside, not stopping until we reached the playground again. We sat there, all of us shaking, including Marcus, who wasn't laughing anymore. "What the hell was that?" Jan kept saying. Nicholas didn't answer. He just pulled out his phone with trembling hands and called our father. Dad came home from work early, but by the time he arrived, everything in the apartment was normal again. He went through every room, checked all the hinges on the doors, looked for drafts or anything that could explain what happened. He didn't find anything, and I could tell he didn't fully believe us, even though 4 people had seen it. "Maybe it was the wind," he suggested, "or maybe the building settled and caused a pressure change." I knew he was just trying to calm us down, but it didn't help. I refused to sleep in my basement bedroom that night. I camped out on the living room couch instead, with all the lights on. Dad said we could talk about it more in the morning, but the subject never really came up again. Life went back to normal for a few months. I eventually returned to sleeping in my basement bedroom, though I always kept a nightlight on and often woke up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard something. Then it happened. The second major incident, about 3 months later. I woke up around 3 a.m., not gradually but suddenly, like someone had snapped their fingers right by my ear. My eyes flew open, and immediately I knew something was wrong. There was a feeling in the room, a heaviness, like the air had thickened. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move. My nightlight cast just enough glow to see the outlines of furniture, but there were too many shadows, too many dark corners. That's when I noticed movement by my toy box. At first I thought maybe our cat had gotten shut in my room, but we didn't have a cat. What I saw was a shadow, darker than the darkness around it. It had the shape of a small boy, maybe my age or younger, but it wasn't solid. It's hard to describe, like smoke formed into a human shape, but denser in some places than others. The head was the most defined part, and though I couldn't see eyes, I somehow knew it was looking down into my toy box. Its movements were methodical. It would reach into the box, seem to examine something, then put it aside and reach for another toy. Like it was searching for something specific. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even close my eyes. I was completely paralyzed with fear, watching this shadow thing go through my possessions with purpose and care. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I managed to move my hand ever so slightly toward the lamp on my bedside table. The thing didn't seem to notice. I stretched my fingers, trembling, until they brushed against the switch. With one quick motion, I flipped the lamp on. The room flooded with light, and the shadow boy vanished. Not gradually, not by fading away, but instantly, like someone had popped a bubble. One moment it was there, the next it wasn't. I sat up in bed, breathing hard, scanning every corner of the room. My toy box was open, with several toys scattered around it that I distinctly remembered putting away before going to bed. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and ran upstairs, not even caring if I woke everyone up. I never slept in that room again. My father tried to convince me it was just a nightmare, but he finally gave in and moved me to a small room upstairs that had been used for storage. Nicholas stayed in his basement room, saying he hadn't experienced anything weird, but I noticed he started keeping his door locked at night. Over the 5 years we lived in that apartment, strange things continued to happen. Nicholas eventually admitted that he'd seen things too, shadows moving when they shouldn't, objects not being where he left them. Once he woke up to find every single poster on his wall had been turned upside down, something impossible to do quietly given how securely they were attached. My father was the most reluctant to admit anything was happening, but even he couldn't deny it forever. I overheard him telling my mother about seeing a dark figure walking down the hallway when Nicholas and I were at school. He described it as a tall, thin man in dark clothes, but said when he called out, the figure disappeared around a corner. When my father followed, there was no one there, and nowhere the person could have gone. The worst part was when our friends started noticing things too. Marcus refused to come over after experiencing the door incident. Jan came a few times, but always left before dark. Another friend, Tobias, came over for a sleepover and left in the middle of the night, calling his parents to pick him up after he said he saw a tall man standing at the foot of the air mattress, just watching him. We moved out when I was 15. Dad got a job in another city, and none of us were sad to leave that place behind. We never told the new tenants about our experiences. Maybe we should have, but what would we say? By the way, there's something living here that isn't human. I've never been able to explain what happened in that apartment. I've read about carbon monoxide poisoning causing hallucinations, about infrasound causing feelings of dread, about mass hysteria making multiple people believe they're experiencing the same thing. But none of those explanations really fit what we went through. Sometimes I wonder about that shadow boy. Was he looking for something specific in my toys? Was he once a real child who had lived there? And what about the tall, dark man my father and Tobias saw? Were they connected somehow? I still have nightmares about those doors slamming open and closed in perfect unison, about that high-pitched screaming coming from below. I still wake up sometimes thinking I see a shadow moving methodically through my belongings. But the worst part is not knowing. Not knowing what it was, why it was there, or if it's still there, terrorizing some other family. Not knowing if it somehow followed us, waiting for the right moment to return. Not knowing if what we experienced was truly supernatural, or if there's some rational explanation that we just haven't figured out yet. All I know for certain is that on that October day when I was 10 years old, I learned what real fear feels like. And no matter how many years pass, I still can't shake the feeling that something was searching for something in that apartment, and I can't shake the fear that someday it might find it. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about that upstairs bedroom in Millfield. I was only 8 when we moved there, but some memories don't fade, no matter how much you want them to. My parents were so excited about the house. It was bigger than our old place, with this huge yard and these tall windows that let in so much light. When they told me I'd get the master bedroom, I remember feeling so grown up. It was massive compared to my old room. I could fit all my stuffed animals, my dollhouse, and still have space to play. But from the first night, something felt off about those built-in storage units. They were these wooden doors built into the wall opposite my bed. Nothing fancy, just plain wood with brass handles. My dad said they were great because I could store all my junk in there. His words, not mine. But I hated them. I can't explain why, but looking at those doors made my stomach feel tight. I'd avoid going near them when possible, especially after dark. The first few nights were okay. I was still excited about having such a big room, but by the end of the first week, I started waking up in the middle of the night. Not from nightmares or anything, just this feeling that I wasn't alone. It's hard to describe, but it was like when you can feel someone watching you. I'd wake up and the room would be dark except for my little nightlight by the door. That feeling of someone else being there was so strong that I'd reach for my lamp, convinced I'd see someone standing by my bed. But when the light came on, no one was ever there, just my stuffed animals and those stupid storage doors across the room. My parents didn't believe me. Mum would say, "It's just a new house, sweetie. New sounds, new shadows." Dad was less patient. "Stop making excuses to stay up," he'd tell me, tucking me back in. "There's nothing in here but you." Then one night, about a month after we moved in, I saw her for the first time. I was lying on my side, facing the edge of my bed, almost asleep. My eyes were heavy but not fully closed when I saw a face appear at my bedside. It was an old woman with wrinkled skin and thin white hair. She was smiling at me, not in a mean way, but it still scared me so badly that I screamed and scrambled to turn on my lamp. By the time the light filled the room, there was nothing there. My dad came running in, frustrated that I was having nightmares again. I tried to tell him it wasn't a dream, that I was awake and saw her right there, but he just sighed and said my imagination was working overtime. After that night, I started sleeping with my lamp on, but my mum would come in after she thought I was asleep and turn it off. I'd wake up in the dark, that feeling of being watched making my skin prickle. About 2 months after we moved in, we got a cat, a grey tabby we named Pepper. I was thrilled because I thought having her sleep in my room would make things better. Animals can sense things, right? If there was nothing to worry about, Pepper would be calm, except she wasn't. One afternoon, I was doing homework on my bed when Pepper walked into my room. She was still exploring the house, getting comfortable with her new surroundings. I watched as she sniffed around, checking out my toys and the corners of the room. Then she approached those storage doors. Her entire body language changed. She crouched low, her eyes grew wide, and her tail puffed up to twice its normal size. She was staring at the bottom of the right storage door, her ears flat against her head. I held my breath, watching her from my bed, suddenly afraid to move. That's when I heard it, a soft, whispered hi that seemed to come from inside the storage unit. Pepper bolted. She ran so fast, she skidded on the wooden floor in the hallway. I sat frozen on my bed, my homework forgotten, staring at those doors. I wanted to run too, but I couldn't move. It felt like hours before I finally gathered the courage to dart past those doors and down the stairs. I begged my parents to let me sleep in the guest room that night, making up some excuse about wanting to be closer to the bathroom. They let me, but the next day I was back in my room because we can't have you changing rooms on a whim. For weeks after that, I slept with my back to the wall, facing those storage doors all night. I figured if something was going to come out, I at least wanted to see it coming. My grades started slipping because I couldn't concentrate in school. I was so tired all the time from staying awake, watching those doors until exhaustion finally pulled me under. The worst night, the one I still have nightmares about, happened when I was about 8.5. It was winter, and I remember it was snowing outside because the streetlights were making the snow glow orange through my window blinds. I woke up suddenly, like someone had called my name. The room was freezing cold, way colder than it should have been with the heater running. As I blinked away sleep, I saw him. Standing by the storage door was a man. Not a solid person, but not exactly transparent either. He had this bluish glow around him that lit up that corner of the room. He was heavy-set, wearing camouflage clothing like hunters wear and thick-rimmed glasses. I could see the storage door through parts of him, but he was there, watching me. I couldn't scream. My throat closed up completely. I just stared at him, clutching my blanket up to my chin. He didn't move toward me, just stood there. Then, slowly, he lifted his camo shirt. There was a wound on his stomach, a horrible, bloody mess that looked wet and fresh. His face had no expression as he showed me this terrible injury. Then he just vanished, not like he walked away or faded gradually. He was there 1 second and gone the next, like someone had switched him off. I ran to my parents' room that night and refused to go back. I slept on their floor for 3 nights until my dad put his foot down and marched me back to my room, checking every corner and opening those storage doors to show me there was nothing but winter clothes and old photo albums inside. But that wasn't the end. They kept appearing, these people that no one else could see. There was an elderly woman in a purple ball gown who I'd sometimes glimpse rushing from my closet into the storage unit, like she was late for something important. There was a young boy, maybe 5 or 6, in overalls, who would just stand near my dollhouse, watching me with a curious but innocent expression. He never spoke or moved toward me, just watched for a while before disappearing. I started developing little rituals I thought might protect me. I'd arrange my stuffed animals in a circle around my pillow. I'd recite the same prayer 5 times before getting into bed. I'd never turn my back to those doors, not even when getting dressed. My parents started getting worried about my obsession with my bedroom. They took me to a child psychologist who talked about adjustment anxiety and overactive imagination due to stress. She suggested leaving my door open at night and using a sound machine to help me sleep. None of it helped. Those people, ghosts, spirits, whatever they were, kept appearing. Not every night, but often enough that I lived in constant fear of when I'd see them next. The cat never set foot in my room again. She'd sit at the doorway sometimes, staring in with her tail twitching, but she wouldn't cross the threshold. If I tried to carry her in, she'd squirm out of my arms and race down the hallway. The worst part was feeling so alone with it all. My parents thought I was making it up or having vivid dreams. My friends at school laughed when I tried to tell them, calling me a baby for being scared of the dark. Eventually, I stopped talking about it altogether. I just lived with it, this secret, terrifying part of my life that no one else could see or understand. We lived in that house until I was 12. 4 years of unexplained voices, glimpsed figures, and that constant gnawing fear that never fully went away, even during daylight hours. I became an expert at hiding how scared I was, at pretending everything was normal while living in a constant state of dread. The day we moved out was the happiest day of my young life. My dad got transferred to another state for work, and I remember packing my room with this manic energy, desperate to leave and never come back. I didn't even look back as our car pulled away from that house. The strangest thing is that after we moved, it all stopped. I've never experienced anything like it since. No unexplained presences, no disembodied voices, no transparent figures showing me their wounds. It was like whatever was happening was tied to that room, those storage doors. I'm in my 30s now with a place of my own. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I still find myself staring at closet doors or dark corners, half expecting to see that blue glow or hear that whispered, "Hi." I've researched the history of that house in Millfield over the years, trying to make sense of what happened. I found nothing conclusive, no reports of violent deaths or tragedies that might explain the man with the stomach wound or the woman in the purple dress. What makes it harder is that I have no proof, no recordings, no witnesses, nothing but my memories, which grow less certain with each passing year. Sometimes I almost convince myself that maybe it really was just an overactive imagination or sleep paralysis or some other logical explanation. But then I remember Pepper, how she ran from that room like something was chasing her, how she'd never go back in no matter what. Animals don't have overactive imaginations. They don't make things up. Something was in that room with me, several somethings. And to this day, I have no idea what they wanted or why they chose to show themselves to an 8-year-old girl who just wanted to sleep through the night without being terrified. I still don't have built-in storage in my bedroom. Some fears you just don't outgrow. Story 3. I've never told many people about what happened that night when I was 10 years old. Even now, at 26, I get goosebumps thinking about it. I guess I'm finally ready to write it down, if only to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. It was late October, probably around 2 a.m., when I woke up suddenly from this horrible nightmare. I can't even remember what it was about now, just that feeling of absolute terror that jolts you awake. You know when you're a kid and everything feels so much more intense? My heart was pounding like crazy, and I was sweating through my Power Rangers pajamas, despite the cool fall air coming through my slightly open window. Our house was old, not ancient, but from the 1970s, with those long, dark hallways that seem to stretch forever when you're a kid. My bedroom was at one end, my parents' master bedroom at the other. That night, my dad was working the night shift at the factory. He usually didn't get home until around 6 a.m., so it was just my mom and me in the house. After lying there for a few minutes, trying to calm myself down, I finally called out for my mom. Not like a scream or anything, just a shaky mom that probably wasn't even loud enough to hear through my closed door, but somehow she heard me. Isn't it weird how moms just know sometimes? A few seconds later, I heard her footsteps coming down the hallway, and my door creaked open. "Another nightmare, honey?" she asked, her voice groggy with sleep. I nodded, embarrassed because I thought I was getting too old for this kind of stuff. She sighed but smiled and held out her hand. "Come on, you can sleep in my bed until morning." I followed her back to her room, that walk down the dark hallway feeling like it took forever. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the old house making me jump. We finally made it to her room, which was dimly lit by her small bedside lamp. The digital clock on her nightstand glowed red, 2:17 a.m. She climbed into her side of the bed, and I got into my dad's side. Unlike my twin bed, their queen-sized mattress felt massive, the covers heavier, and the pillow smelling like my dad's aftershave. I remember thinking how safe I felt there, the nightmare already starting to fade. Our house had this weird layout where their bedroom door faced directly down the hallway, so from where I was lying I could see straight out the door and down the entire length of the corridor. Mum had left the door open, probably so she could hear if anyone tried to break in or something. Parents always worry about that stuff. I was starting to feel drowsy again, that heavy feeling you get when you're drifting off. Mom was already breathing deeply beside me, practically asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. That's when I felt it. You know that feeling when someone is watching you? That prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was like that, but stronger. It wasn't scary at first, just noticeable. Like when you sense someone enter a room before you see them. I opened my eyes and looked toward the doorway, down the dark hallway. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just the familiar shadows of picture frames on the walls, the bathroom door halfway down on the right, the darkness beyond. Then something changed. About halfway down the hallway, I noticed what looked like a faint glow. At first, I thought maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, adjusting to the darkness, but the glow got brighter, more defined. And then I realized it was moving toward the bedroom. As it got closer, the glow took shape. It wasn't just a random light. It was distinctly human-shaped. A silhouette of a man, but not solid like a real person. It was bright, glowing white, almost like it was made of moonlight. It wasn't transparent exactly, but it wasn't fully solid either. The edges were soft, almost fuzzy, but the shape was definitely that of a man. I froze. I couldn't even call out to my mum. It was like my voice was stuck in my throat. I remember gripping the blanket so hard my knuckles hurt. My entire body tensed up, ready to either scream or bolt, but I couldn't do either. I just laid there watching as this glowing figure walked slowly, deliberately down our hallway. As it got closer to the doorway, I could make out more details. He, and I somehow knew it was a he, wasn't very tall, maybe about my dad's height. He was wearing what looked like casual clothes, not like a suit or anything formal, more like jeans and a button-up shirt, though it was hard to tell specifics because everything was that same glowing white color. But what I remember most clearly was his face. I could see that he had glasses, round ones, kind of old-fashioned looking, and he was smiling, not in a creepy way, but a gentle, friendly smile, like he was happy to see me. There was something familiar about him, something I couldn't quite place at the time. He looked a bit like my dad, but younger, maybe in his 20s. His hair was styled differently, parted on the side, and he seemed slimmer than my dad. The figure stopped right at the doorway of my parents' bedroom. He didn't try to come in, just stood there, still smiling. He wasn't doing anything threatening. He wasn't reaching out or making any noise. He was just there, looking at me with that smile. I was terrified, but not in the way you'd think. It wasn't the same fear as my nightmare. This was different. A mixture of awe, confusion, and yes, fear, but not blind panic. I had this strange feeling that he wouldn't hurt me, even though finding a glowing stranger in your house in the middle of the night should have been absolutely terrifying. For what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, we just looked at each other. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My mum was still sound asleep next to me, completely unaware of what was happening. Then, something in me snapped. The reality of what I was seeing hit me all at once, and the fear took over. I squeezed my eyes shut tight and pulled the blanket up over my head, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. I was trembling, tears stinging behind my closed eyelids. I wanted to wake my mom, but I was too scared to move or make a sound. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. When I finally gathered up enough courage to peek out from under the blanket, the hallway was empty. The glowing figure was gone. There was no trace that he had ever been there. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, watching that doorway, afraid he might come back. But he never did. When the sun started to rise and light filled the hallway, I finally felt safe enough to close my eyes. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, my mom was gently shaking me awake, telling me it was time for breakfast. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell anyone. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, though that was part of it, but because the experience felt private somehow, special even through the fear. Plus, as the days went by, I started to doubt myself. Maybe it was just another part of my nightmare. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark, but I never forgot that face, that familiar, friendly face. Years went by. I had other nightmares, but I never saw the glowing man again. Eventually, I almost convinced myself it had been my imagination. Then, when I was 17, my dad and I were going through some old photo albums. He was feeling nostalgic and wanted to show me pictures from before I was born. We were sitting at the kitchen table, flipping through this dusty album with faded photos from the 80s and early 90s. "That's me and your mom on our first date," he said, pointing to a picture of them looking impossibly young outside a movie theater. "And that's us at Uncle Mike's wedding." I nodded along, only half interested, until I turned the page and saw a group photo. It was my dad and his high school friends, all with those terrible 80s haircuts and clothes. But what made me freeze was one of the guys standing next to my dad. He had round glasses and was smiling in exactly the same way as the glowing figure from that night 7 years ago. My hand was shaking as I pointed to him. "Dad, who's that?" My dad leaned in closer to see who I was pointing at. "Oh, that's me and my buddy Mark from junior year. Why?" No, the other guy. The one with the glasses." My dad looked confused. What guy with glasses? That's just me and Mark in that picture. I blinked and looked again. He was right. There were only two people in the photo, my dad and someone who must have been Mark. But I swear, when I first looked, I had seen a third person standing there with glasses and that familiar smile. Dad, I said slowly, my mouth dry, did you ever have a brother? The question seemed to come out of nowhere, and my dad looked surprised. Just my sister, Aunt Linda, you know that. Why are you asking? I hesitated, then decided to tell him. About the night when I was 10, about the glowing figure in the hallway, about how he looked like a younger version of my dad, but wasn't exactly him, about the glasses and the smile and how familiar he had seemed. My dad listened without interrupting, his face growing paler as I continued. When I finished, he sat in silence for a long moment. Then he got up, went to the cabinet where they kept the hard liquor, and poured himself a shot of whiskey. He downed it in one go before sitting back down. There's something I never told you, he finally said, his voice quiet. Something I never told anyone except your mom. He took a deep breath. My mother, your grandmother, was supposed to have twins, me and another boy. But something went wrong during the pregnancy. My brother, he died in the womb. I survived. He didn't. They never even named him. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Did you ever see pictures of him? Did you know what he looked like? My dad shook his head. He was never born, Ethan. There are no pictures. No one knew what he would have looked like. Then how do you know the man I saw was him? I asked. My dad shrugged, looking uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts or whatever. But, he hesitated. When I was around your age, maybe a little younger, I used to have these dreams about a boy who looked like me but wasn't me. He always wore glasses, which was weird, because no one in our family needed glasses back then. In the dreams, we'd play together or just talk. It felt so real. I told my mom about it once, and she got really upset. That's when she told me about the twin who didn't make it. After that, I never had those dreams again. We sat in silence, both trying to process what this meant. Finally, my dad asked, "You said he was smiling? He didn't seem angry or anything?" I shook my head. No, not at all. He seemed happy, like he was glad to see me. My dad nodded slowly, tears in his eyes. Maybe he was just checking in on his family, on his nephew. That was 7 years ago now. I've never seen the glowing figure again, though sometimes I still look down dark hallways, half expecting to see that gentle white light. I don't know if what I saw was really the uncle I never knew, reaching out across whatever divides life and death. I don't know if he was there to protect me or just to let me know he exists in some form. What I do know is that the experience changed me, made me wonder about the connections we have that extend beyond what we can explain, made me think about the people we might have known in some other version of our lives. My dad and I don't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes I catch him looking at me with this thoughtful expression, like he's trying to see his brother in my face. Sometimes I think I see him too, when I catch my reflection at just the right angle, in just the right light. I still don't know what to make of what happened that night. I don't know if I ever will, but I'm not afraid of it anymore. Whatever, whoever I saw, I don't think he meant any harm. I think maybe he just wanted to be seen, to be remembered, to be part of the family he never got to know. And story 4. I never believed in ghosts. I'm still not sure I do. But what happened at my brother Mike's house in Pinewood Falls has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm writing this down partly to make sense of it all, and partly because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Mike and his wife Sarah bought the place about 7 years ago. It's a nice 2-story colonial, nothing special. just your average family home in a quiet neighborhood. The first few times I visited, I didn't notice anything weird, but gradually, stories started circulating among our family. It began with small things. Mike mentioned casually during a Sunday dinner that doors in their house had a habit of opening by themselves. Not just any doors, specifically the ones with metal latches. I laughed it off at first. Old houses settle, right? But then my mom visited and came back white as a sheet, saying she'd been changing in the guest room when the door suddenly popped open. The latch had clearly lifted itself. The door just opened, Jeremy, she told me, her voice quivering. I was standing right there watching the handle move up by itself. I told her it was probably just air pressure or something. She didn't argue, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. Over the next few months, more incidents piled up. The refrigerator door would fling open when nobody was near it, not just crack open from being unlatched, but swing wide with force. My cousin Janet was in the kitchen with Sarah when it happened. They both swore they were at least 10 feet away from it. It was like someone yanked it open, Jeremy, Janet told me. Like they were angry or trying to get our attention. Then came the footsteps. Mike called me one evening, and I could hear the strain in his voice. He, Sarah, and their kids had been downstairs watching a movie when they all heard distinct footsteps moving back and forth in the upstairs bedroom, heavy enough to make the ceiling creak. Mike grabbed a baseball bat and checked every room, but the house was empty except for them. "I'm not crazy, Jer," he said. "We all heard it. The kids were terrified." I suggested it might be raccoons in the attic or squirrels. He had an exterminator come out the next day. Nothing. The footsteps became a regular occurrence, sometimes in the middle of the day, sometimes late at night, always when everyone was accounted for. But what really got to me was the dog. Our childhood dog, Pepper, had a quirky habit. She'd sneeze multiple times in quick succession, always 3 or 4 rapid-fire sneezes, and then shake her head, making her collar tags jingle against the hardwood floor. It was a sound you couldn't mistake once you'd heard it. Pepper had been dead for 15 years. Mike called me at 2 a.m. one night, his voice barely a whisper. "Jeremy, we just heard Pepper, all of us. Sarah doesn't even know about Pepper's sneezing thing, and she described it exactly. The multiple sneezes, the collar jingling. We heard it in the kitchen, clear as day." I felt cold all over. Maybe it was one of your own dogs? They were both outside, Jeremy. We let them out right before it happened. After that, the Pepper incidents became somewhat regular. Always in the kitchen, always when the house was quiet. It wasn't threatening exactly, just impossible and deeply unsettling. I tried to stay skeptical, to be the voice of reason for my increasingly freaked out family. But then last Christmas happened. I was driving over to Mike's place to help with preparations for our family gathering. When I arrived, I found Mike, Sarah, and their kids standing in the kitchen staring at something on the counter. "What's going on?" I asked, setting down the gifts I'd brought. Mike just pointed. On the cutting board sat a stalk of celery, standing perfectly upright, with a kitchen knife stabbed through it like some kind of bizarre art piece. "We were chopping vegetables," Sarah explained, her voice unnaturally calm. Mike's mum called, so we both stepped into the living room for maybe 2 minutes. The kids were upstairs. "I had cut celery and carrots," Mike added. "They were just lying flat on the board. The knife was in the sink. We came back and—" He gestured helplessly at the celery. I examined it carefully. The knife had been driven with considerable force through the celery and into the cutting board, enough to make the stalk stand upright. It would have required deliberate effort. "The kids playing a prank?" I suggested weakly. "They were upstairs the whole time. We would have heard them come down." I didn't have an explanation. None of us did. We took a photo, removed the knife, and tried to carry on with Christmas preparations like nothing had happened. But something had changed. The playfulness, if you could call it that, seemed to have taken on a more deliberate quality, Then there was the man with the hat. My niece Emma, who was 7 at the time, refused to sleep in the guest room. When asked why, she said matter-of-factly, "Because the man with the hat stands on the stairs and watches me. Kids have active imaginations, so we didn't think much of it." Until my nephew Tyler, who was staying over from my sister's family, said the exact same thing. He'd never heard Emma's comment. "He just stands there," Tyler told us at breakfast, shrugging like it was no big deal. "He's tall and wears an old-fashioned hat. He doesn't do anything, he just watches. That's why I came and slept with Mom and Dad." A month later, my cousin's daughter reported the same figure. Always on the stairs, always watching, always wearing the hat. Adults started noticing things too. My Aunt Debbie swore she caught a glimpse of someone on the staircase when she was alone in the living room. My Uncle Phil, the most no-nonsense person I know, admitted he'd seen a tall shadow move across the upstairs hallway when everyone else was outside for a barbecue. I still held onto my skepticism. I'd spent plenty of nights at Mike's house and never experienced anything firsthand. I became something of the family debunker, always looking for rational explanations. That changed when my wife Lisa came with me to visit. I hadn't told her about the house's reputation. I didn't want to plant ideas in her head. We were staying overnight in the guest room, and I woke up around 3 a.m. to find her side of the bed empty. I found her downstairs, huddled on the couch with all the lights on, visibly shaking. "What's wrong?" I asked, sitting beside her. "I heard whispering," she said, "in the hallway outside our room. I thought it was one of the kids, so I got up to check, and—" She paused, swallowing hard. "Jeremy, I saw something move in the shadows, not like a person, but like the shadow itself moved. And then I heard more whispering, like multiple voices just at the edge of hearing." I comforted her, told her it was probably just dreaming. But the next morning, she insisted we leave right after breakfast. She's never been back to Mike's house, and she's never asked about the other incidents. She just says that place doesn't feel right. My own experience happened last summer. I was staying over after helping Mike install a new patio door. I was lying in the guest room, scrolling through my phone before sleep, when I felt a distinct pressure on the mattress beside me, like someone sitting down. I looked over. Nothing there. I tried to shake it off, turned off my phone and closed my eyes. That's when I heard it. A clear, deliberate whistle, right next to my ear. Not a random sound, but a distinct 3-note pattern, like someone trying to get my attention. I felt no breath. There was no one there, but the whistle had been so close I could almost feel it in my ear. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding. The room was empty and silent. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. I even went into the hallway to see if one of the kids was playing a prank. Everyone was sound asleep. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat with the lights on until morning, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. Things escalated from there. My dad, who's deeply religious, visited the house and declared after one night that there were evil spirits present. He refused to elaborate, but he performed some kind of prayer ritual in each room before he left. My brother's friend, Jake, who's into paranormal investigation as a hobby, offered to bring equipment and do an overnight study. Mike and Sarah declined. They said they were afraid that acknowledging or investigating the presence might make the activity worse, like giving it attention would feed it somehow. "We've learned to live with it," Mike told me recently. "Most of the time, it's just little things. Doors opening, the footsteps, occasionally Pepper. We try not to talk about it in the house. But I can see the toll it's taking. Sarah looks perpetually tired. The kids are on edge. Mike has developed a nervous habit of checking over his shoulder constantly. Last week, I went over to help Mike install a new dishwasher. As we worked, his 10-year-old son Connor came into the kitchen and, without any prompting, casually said, "The man with the hat is on the stairs again." Mike and I both froze. Connor just grabbed a juice box from the fridge and went back to his room like he'd just commented on the weather. Mike avoided my eyes. "He says that sometimes," he said quietly. "We try not to make a big deal out of it." I turned to look toward the staircase. For just a split second I thought I saw something. A tall, dark silhouette at the top of the stairs. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. Later, as I was leaving, I heard 3 quick sneezes, followed by the familiar jingle of collar tags from the kitchen behind me. No dogs were in the house. I practically ran to my car. I don't know what's happening in my brother's house. I don't know if it's some kind of mass delusion or electromagnetic fields affecting our brains, or if there really is something else there. All I know is that yesterday I found a photo on my phone that I don't remember taking. It's a blurry shot of Mike's staircase, and at the top there's a dark, tall figure wearing what looks like an old-fashioned hat. I've deleted it, but I can't delete what I saw, and I can't stop hearing that whistle in my ear when I try to sleep. Story 5. I've never been able to explain what happened to me when I was a kid. I'm 37 now, working as an engineer, married with 2 kids of my own, and I consider myself a pretty logical person. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. When friends tell me about their haunted house experiences, I usually chalk it up to sleep paralysis, hallucinations, or just the mind playing tricks. But there's one experience from my childhood that I've never been able to rationalize away, no matter how hard I try. I grew up in Riverdale with my twin brother Michael and our older brother Daniel. We shared a bedroom, a small room with barely enough space for our bunk bed and Daniel's trundle that pulled out from underneath. I always slept on the top bunk, Michael below me, and Daniel's trundle would sit right in front of our bed when pulled out at night. The night it happened, I was 8 years old. I remember it was sometime in October because we had those paper Halloween decorations taped to our window. You know, the kind with the accordion folds that expand into pumpkins and black cats. My mum had bought them at the drugstore, and I remember being annoyed because the tape was peeling off and making this faint tapping sound against the glass whenever the heat turned on. I woke up in the middle of the night. At first I thought it was because of that tapping noise, but then I realized something was very wrong. I couldn't move. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my head. My eyes were the only part of me that could still move. I tried to scream for my dad, but nothing came out, not even a whisper. It was like my voice had been stolen. The bedroom door was cracked open, just enough to let in a sliver of light from the hallway nightlight. My parents always left it on so we could find the bathroom at night. I was staring at that crack of light, desperately willing my dad to walk by, to check on us like he sometimes did. But what I saw instead makes my skin crawl even now, nearly 30 years later. The light from the hallway started to dim, but not like someone turning it off. It was more like something was blocking it. The darkness in the doorway seemed to thicken. That's the only way I can describe it. It was like the shadows were congealing, collecting themselves into something solid. Then it took shape. A figure, tall, about 6 feet, which seemed massive to my 8-year-old self. It had no features whatsoever, no face, no clothes, nothing, just a pure black silhouette of a person, darker than the darkness around it. If you've ever seen those full-body shadows people make against a wall when they stand in front of a bright light, imagine that, but 3-dimensional and moving on its own. I remember thinking that it couldn't be real, that I must be dreaming. But I wasn't. I was awake, and this thing was in our doorway. Then it started moving into our room. It didn't walk like a normal person. Its movements were too smooth, too fluid. It didn't make a sound as it entered. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing. The silence was almost as terrifying as the thing itself. It stepped directly onto Daniel's trundle bed. I remember being shocked that Daniel didn't wake up. The thing was standing right on his bed. But my brother just kept sleeping, completely unaware. The shadow figure didn't seem to have any weight to it. The mattress didn't even depress under it. Then it did something that still gives me nightmares. It reached up and grabbed the frame of Michael's bunk below me. It pulled itself up, climbing onto my twin brother's bed. Again, Michael didn't stir at all. The shadow just moved over him, not disturbing him in the slightest. Now it was at eye level with me, at the foot of my bunk. I was completely frozen, unable to do anything but watch as this thing stared at me. I say stared, but it had no eyes that I could see. Still, I could feel its attention focused entirely on me. Then it started crawling up my bed, moving on all fours now. My blankets didn't move at all as it climbed over them. It was like it was there but not there at the same time. I remember the intense cold that seemed to radiate from it. Not like winter cold, but something deeper, more penetrating. It crawled until it was directly over me, straddling my body. I was looking straight up at where its face should be, but there was nothing, just emptiness, a void. For what felt like an eternity, it just hovered there above me. I was trying to scream in my head, trying to wake up my brothers, my parents, anyone. But I was completely paralyzed, trapped in my own body. Then it placed its hands on my chest. I could feel them, not like human hands, but like pressure points of intense cold. At first, they just rested there, and I remember thinking wildly that maybe that's all it wanted to do. I was wrong. It suddenly pushed down, hard. The force was violent, angry. It felt like it was trying to push right through me. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. It felt like my rib cage was being crushed. I couldn't breathe. My lungs were being compressed so hard that I couldn't take in any air. The pain was so intense that I blacked out. That's the last thing I remember from that night. When I woke up the next morning, my chest was aching badly. I lifted my pajama top and looked, expecting to see bruises, but there was nothing there. No visible marks at all. But the pain was real. It hurt to breathe deeply for at least a week afterward. Every time I tried to take a full breath, it felt like my ribs were cracked. I didn't tell anyone, not my brothers, not my parents. Who would believe me? I was just a kid, and even I knew how crazy it sounded. A shadow attacked me. They'd think I had a nightmare, or that I was making it up for attention. But I know what happened. I know it wasn't a dream. Dreams don't leave you with physical pain for days afterward. And it wasn't sleep paralysis either. At least, not entirely. I've read about sleep paralysis since then, trying to explain it to myself. And yes, the inability to move fits. But sleep paralysis doesn't explain how that thing moved through our room, how it climbed onto the beds, how it physically hurt me. The memory has stayed with me all these years, crystal clear, while other childhood memories have faded. I remember the exact texture of our bedroom wallpaper that night, the way the moonlight hit the corner of our dresser, the faint smell of the laundry detergent on my sheets. You don't remember those kinds of details from dreams. As I grew up, I became more skeptical about supernatural things. I studied engineering, I learned about physics and how the world actually works. I became the person who explains away ghost stories at parties, but I've never been able to explain away what happened to me. Even now, with my own kids sleeping down the hall, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with that same feeling of dread. I check their rooms more often than I should. My wife thinks I'm just being an overprotective parent, but she doesn't know. I've never told her. How could I explain that I'm checking for shadows that might not be just shadows? My son started asking for a bunk bed last year. I immediately said no, probably more forcefully than I should have. I made up some excuse about safety, but the truth is I can't bear the thought of him sleeping in one, especially not on the top bunk. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there. That shadow, if it moves from house to house looking for sleeping children, it can, what? Feed on? Terrorize? I don't know what it wanted from me. Why me and not my brothers? Why that particular night? The worst part is the uncertainty. not knowing if it was a one-time thing or if it might come back someday, not knowing if it targeted me specifically or if I was just unlucky, not knowing if my kids are safe. I've installed nightlights in every hallway of our house. I tell my wife it's for the kids, but it's really for me. Because even after all these years, I still can't stand the thought of shadows gathering in the darkness of our home. I still sleep with my back against the wall. I still wake up sometimes gasping for breath, feeling that pressure on my chest. And I still can't explain what happened that night in Riverdale when I was 8 years old, paralyzed in my bed, watching a shadow that shouldn't exist climb onto my bunk and crush the air from my lungs. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Most days I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But I know what I experienced, and no amount of rational thinking has ever managed to explain it away. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I'm not usually one for putting my personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I still get chills thinking about it 15 years later. So back in 2008, I was 16 and had just gotten my first car, a 1999 VW drop-top cabrio that I named Lucy. She wasn't anything fancy, just an old beater with peeling blue paint and a soft top that leaked when it rained hard. But she was mine. I'd saved up for months working at the local grocery store after school, and my parents matched what I had saved. Getting that car meant freedom in our boring-as-hell Pennsylvania suburb, where there was literally nothing for teenagers to do. My best friend Ryan and I would spend hours just driving around, listening to music and talking about getting out of our town someday. We'd cruise through neighborhoods, hit up the McDonald's drive-thru, and sometimes just park somewhere quiet to hang out. Nothing crazy, just typical teenage stuff when you're bored and have a car. There was this one spot behind an old strip mall that we'd go to sometimes. It was kind of secluded, right near some abandoned railroad tracks that hadn't been used in years. The mall itself was pretty dead. Just a Dollar General, a tax preparation place that was only open 3 months a year, and a few other stores with for lease signs. After dark, nobody was ever around, which made it perfect for just chilling without parents or cops bothering us. What we didn't really think about much was the history of that area. Like most small towns, ours had its share of creepy local legends. Apparently back in the 80s, they found a sex worker decapitated near those tracks. And there was also a story about some girl who died on the tracks years ago. Supposedly, she was wearing a blue dress when they found her. As kids, we'd heard these stories, but never took them seriously. They were just spooky tales people told at sleepovers. Anyway, it was mid-October, around 9:30 on a Tuesday night. The weather had turned cold early that year, and there was this heavy mist hanging in the air. Not quite fog, but enough that the streetlights had halos around them. Ryan and I had grabbed some sodas and chips from the gas station and parked behind the strip mall, about 50 feet from the old tracks. We weren't doing anything wrong, just sitting in the car with the heater running, talking about school and how much we hated our calculus teacher. I remember I had the radio on low, some local station playing 90s rock. We'd been there maybe half an hour when I noticed the windows starting to fog up from our breath in the heater. It was annoying because I kept having to wipe my side of the windshield to see out. That's when things got weird. As I was using my sleeve to clear the driver's side window, I noticed something in the condensation. At first, I thought it was just random patterns, but then I realized there were actual images forming in the fog on the glass, not from the outside, but in the actual moisture on the windows. "Ryan, are you seeing this?" I remember asking. He was busy digging through the glove compartment looking for napkins. "Seeing what?" he asked without looking up. "The window. There's like faces or something." He glanced over, squinting at my window. "Weird patterns, yeah. It's just condensation, Lily." But it wasn't just random patterns. When I looked closely, I could make out what looked like a face, and not just any face. It looked like the devil, with these sharp features and horns. I know how that sounds, but I swear that's what I saw. Next to it was what appeared to be a woman with long hair, her mouth open like she was screaming. I couldn't stop staring at them. Almost without thinking, I reached up and traced my finger along the outlines of the faces. The moment my fingertip touched the glass, I felt this bizarre sensation, like an electric shock, but cold. My whole arm went numb. Then things get hazy and terrifying. I suddenly felt like I was floating above myself, watching myself sitting in the driver's seat. It was like I could see myself from outside my body, but I was still partially aware of being inside it too. I remember feeling my right arm twist at an unnatural angle, but I couldn't control it. It didn't hurt. It was like watching someone else's arm move while feeling disconnected from it. Ryan was saying something, but his voice sounded far away, like he was talking through water. I tried to respond, but when I opened my mouth, the voice that came out wasn't mine. It was this horrible raspy sound, deeper than my normal voice, speaking words I don't remember or maybe didn't even understand. I remember Ryan's face clearly, his eyes wide with fear, his mouth open in shock. He started screaming, "Lily, what the fuck? Stop it! This isn't funny!" His screams partially snapped me back. For just a moment, I regained enough control to say, "Don't leave me." I was terrified he would run away and leave me alone with whatever was happening to me. The next thing I remember clearly is gasping for air, like I'd been underwater for too long. My body felt heavy and sore, especially my neck and shoulders. Ryan was pressed against the passenger door, as far away from me as he could get without actually leaving the car. "What the hell was that?" he was saying over and over. "What the hell was that?" I couldn't answer, because I didn't know. My throat felt raw, like I'd been screaming for hours, and I was shaking uncontrollably. That's when I looked out my window and saw her. There was someone, or something, standing directly outside my door. A girl with long dark hair, wearing what looked like a blue dress with a white apron over it. She was standing so close to the car that I couldn't even see her head from my angle, just from the shoulders down. The dress was old-fashioned, like something from the 50s or earlier, and it was dirty and torn at the edges. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just sat there staring at this figure, my hands frozen on the steering wheel. The only sound was Ryan's panicked breathing and the low hum of the heater. Then I felt the car shake slightly, like someone had put their hand on it. That broke my paralysis. I jammed the key into the ignition. I learned that old railroad tracks often have stories of hauntings associated with them. I also discovered that moments of extreme fear or stress can cause dissociative states that might explain why I felt outside my body. But none of these explanations fully accounted for what Ryan and I experienced. Years later, I actually became a part-time paranormal investigator. Not one of those TV show people with all the fancy equipment, just someone who helps document potential hauntings and tries to find logical explanations first. I've seen some things I can't explain since then, but nothing has ever affected me like that night in Lucy. I'm careful now. I never investigate without spiritual protection, prayers, cleansing rituals, whatever your belief system allows for. I don't mess around anymore. That night taught me that whatever exists beyond our normal perception can be dangerous and terrifying. I still don't know what happened to me in that car. Was I temporarily possessed? Did I somehow connect with the spirit of that girl who died on the tracks? Was it all just an elaborate trick my mind played on me? I don't have answers. Ryan moved across the country after college. We keep in touch on social media, but we've never talked about that night again. Sometimes I wonder if he remembers it the same way I do, or if his version is even more terrifying. Lucy the car is long gone. I sold her before going to college. Sometimes I wonder if whatever happened was attached to her rather than the location. The new owner was a middle-aged woman who wanted a cheap convertible for weekend drives. I've occasionally thought about trying to track her down to ask if she ever experienced anything strange, but I always talk myself out of it. Part of me doesn't want to know. The strip mall was demolished a few years ago. They built a CVS there. The railroad tracks are still abandoned, though now they're completely overgrown and barely visible. I drove past recently during the day and felt nothing. No dread, no fear, just mild nostalgia for my teenage years mixed with the lingering unease that I'll never fully understand what happened. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I think I can feel someone watching me. I'll get a whiff of something unfamiliar, like wet earth and something metallic, and my right arm will go cold just for a moment. It passes quickly, but it always leaves me wondering if whatever reached out to me that night is still with me somehow, waiting for the right moment to make itself known again. I still can't explain what happened that night in 2008, and maybe I never will. But I know what I experienced was real. It wasn't drugs, it wasn't alcohol, it wasn't carbon monoxide. Something found me that night, and sometimes I worry it's still looking for me. Story 7. My dad passed away suddenly from a heart attack when I was 25. It hit me hard. We were super close. He was this huge, gentle giant of a man, 6'4" and over 300 pounds, with the kindest eyes and the most infectious laugh. Growing up, he had this ritual where he'd check on me every night before he went to bed, no matter how old I got. Even when I was in college and came home for breaks, he'd still do his nightly check-in. Just a quick peek, sometimes a whispered "good night, kiddo," if I was still awake. Our house in Lakewood Heights is pretty old, built in the 1920s, and has these original hardwood floors that creak and groan. Because Dad was such a big guy, his footsteps had this very distinct sound. Heavy, deliberate, kind of a creak-thud pattern that was unmistakably him. My mom's footsteps were lighter, almost silent in comparison. I could always tell when Dad was coming up the hallway to my room just by the sound alone. After he died, I moved back home to help Mom with the house and finances. She was struggling, both emotionally and practically. Dad had handled most of the household maintenance and financial stuff, and Mom was pretty overwhelmed trying to figure it all out while grieving. So I took the job in town that I'd been offered and moved back into my old bedroom. The night it happened, I was having trouble sleeping. Nothing unusual there. I'd struggled with insomnia since Dad died. It was about midnight, and I was just lying in bed scrolling through my phone with my dog Buddy curled up next to me. He's this goofy yellow lab mix that Dad and I had rescued together when I was in high school. Dad had always joked that Buddy was more my dog, but those two had a special bond. Buddy would follow Dad everywhere, waiting patiently outside the bathroom door, sitting at his feet while he watched TV, that kind of thing. I remember it was raining that night. Not a storm, just a steady, gentle rain tapping against the window. The house was completely quiet except for that. Mom was out of town visiting her sister, so it was just me and Buddy in the house. That's when I heard it. The distinct sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. That familiar creak-thud pattern that I would know anywhere. My first thought was panic. Someone had broken in. I froze, clutching my phone, ready to call 911. But then the pattern registered. These weren't just any footsteps. They were Dad's footsteps. The exact same weight, the exact same rhythm. The footsteps continued down the hallway, getting closer and closer to my bedroom. I sat up, my heart racing. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be him. But I knew those footsteps like I knew my own name. They came right up to my door and then stopped, just like they always used to. Right outside my door, in the exact spot where Dad would pause before checking on me. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Part of me wanted to jump up and fling the door open, to see if somehow, impossibly, my dad was standing there. But I was frozen in place, a weird mix of hope and terror keeping me still. And then Buddy did something that made my blood run cold. He had been sleeping soundly next to me, but at the sound of the footsteps stopping outside my door, his head shot up. He stared at the door intently, his ears perked forward. Then he jumped off the bed and trotted to the door, just like he used to do when Dad would come check on me. I watched, completely stunned, as Buddy sniffed at the crack beneath the door. And then, this is the part that still gives me goosebumps when I think about it, he started wagging his tail. Not just a little wag, but that full-body, excited wag that he only ever did for Dad. He even made this little whiny sound he used to make when Dad would come home from work. Buddy knew. Whoever was on the other side of that door, Buddy recognized it as my father. I felt tears streaming down my face, and I realized I was crying. I wanted to call out to say, "Dad," but my voice wouldn't work. I just sat there, watching Buddy, who was now sitting patiently at the door, tail still wagging, looking expectantly at the door, like at any moment it would open and Dad would walk in, but the door never opened. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, Buddy's tail slowed, then stopped. He gave one last sniff at the door crack, then turned and jumped back up on the bed with me, settling down as if nothing unusual had happened. I sat there for a long time, tears streaming down my face, not knowing what to think or feel. Part of me wanted to open the door and look, but another part of me was afraid, not of seeing something scary, but of seeing nothing at all. I didn't want to break the possibility that somehow, in some way, my dad had been there. Eventually, I laid back down, my mind racing. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window. The events of the night before felt dreamlike, but also intensely real. I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had happened. The first thing I did was examine the hallway floor outside my bedroom, looking for, I don't even know what, evidence? There was nothing, of course, just the worn hardwood that had been there for decades. I told myself it had been a dream, or that the old house was just making noise in the rain. But then I remembered Buddy. Dogs don't react to dreams or house noises like that. Buddy had sensed something, or someone, at that door. Something he recognized as my father. That wasn't the only time it happened either. Over the next few weeks, I heard those same footsteps 3 more times, always late at night, always stopping at my door. Each time, Buddy had the same reaction, alert, excited, tail wagging, and each time, I felt less afraid and more comforted. The 4th time it happened, I finally got up the courage to speak. When the footsteps stopped at my door and Buddy ran over, tail wagging, I said, "Dad, is that you?" My voice was barely above a whisper, shaky and uncertain. There was no response, not that I really expected one, but the air in the room felt different somehow, heavier, but not in a scary way, like the air before a summer rain, and I swear the temperature dropped just slightly, enough that I pulled my blanket up a little higher. Buddy was still at the door, his tail wagging so hard his whole body shook with it. He looked back at me, then at the door again, as if trying to tell me something. Then he did something he'd never done before. He laid down right at the door crack, pressing his body against it as much as possible, like he was trying to get as close as he could to whatever was on the other side. That night, I cried myself to sleep. Not out of fear or sadness, but from this overwhelming sense of, I don't know how to describe it exactly, relief, comfort, like a confirmation that the connection I had with my dad wasn't completely severed by death. I never told my mom about these experiences. She was struggling enough with her grief, and honestly, I wasn't sure how she'd react. She's more practical than I am, less inclined to believe in things she can't see or touch. Plus, I was worried she'd be hurt that Dad was visiting me, but not her. The strangest part of all this is how it changed me. Before that night, I was definitely a skeptic. I didn't believe in anything supernatural or spiritual. I thought when you died, that was it. game over, but now I'm not so sure. I still don't know exactly what to believe, but I know what I experienced was real. The footsteps, Buddy's reaction. It wasn't my imagination. Last month, I had to move out of my mom's house. I got a job offer in another city, and it was too good to pass up. My last night in my old bedroom, I stayed up late, half hoping, half expecting to hear those familiar footsteps one more time. They never came, and I felt this odd mixture of disappointment and acceptance. As I was packing the next morning, I found an old photo of me and Dad that had slipped behind my dresser. It was from a fishing trip we took when I was about 12, both of us grinning widely, holding up a fish that I had caught with Dad's help. I don't remember putting that photo anywhere near my dresser. In fact, I thought it was packed away in one of the photo albums in the attic. I took that photo with me to my new place. It's on my bedside table now. Sometimes late at night in my new apartment, I think I hear something, not footsteps, since I live on the ground floor, but just a presence, a feeling that I'm not alone. And Buddy, who moved with me, will sometimes stare at an empty corner of the room, his tail wagging slightly before settling back down to sleep. I don't know what to make of all this, honestly. I've searched online for similar experiences, read accounts of other people who believe they've been visited by deceased loved ones. Some stories seem genuine, others feel made up or exaggerated. I don't have any definitive answers about what happened to me, whether it was actually my dad's spirit, some kind of residual energy, or just my grief playing tricks on me. But here's what I do know. Those footsteps brought me comfort during a time when I needed it most. They helped me feel that my dad was still watching over me in some way, still checking on me like he always did. And in the end, maybe that's all that matters. Not having concrete proof or scientific explanations, but the feeling of connection and love that transcends what we can explain. I still miss my dad every day. There are still moments when grief hits me so hard it takes my breath away. But after that night, and the visits that followed, the grief isn't quite as sharp. It's softer somehow, tempered by this sense that death isn't necessarily the end of our connections to the people we love. I don't expect anyone to believe my story. Hell, I'm not even sure I fully believe it myself some days. But I know what I experienced, what I felt, what I saw Buddy do. And whenever I doubt myself, I look at that fishing photo that somehow found its way to me just when I was leaving, and I remember those heavy footsteps stopping outside my door, checking on me one more time. Story 8. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me feels ridiculous even typing this out, but the other part needs to get this off my chest, because it's still happening. I guess I just need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. It started about 4 months ago in my home in Pinecrest Hills. I've lived in this house for almost 6 years, and nothing unusual had ever happened before. It was just a normal Tuesday night. I'd finished binge-watching some true crime show, checked on my kids who were all sound asleep, and went to bed around 11 p.m. Nothing out of the ordinary. I remember falling asleep pretty quickly. I'd had a long day at work, and I was exhausted. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I woke up suddenly to this feeling of being pulled, not like in a dream where you're falling and you jerk awake. This was different. I physically felt something tugging at my legs. At first I wasn't fully awake, that groggy state where you're not sure what's real. But then I realized half my body was hanging off the edge of my bed. My legs and hips were completely off the mattress, dangling, while my upper body was still on the bed. My heart started racing instantly. I jumped up so fast I got lightheaded and scrambled for the light switch. I was certain my 12-year-old nephew, who was staying with us that week, was playing some kind of prank. He's always been a bit of a trickster, and I thought he'd finally taken it too far. "Tyler," I called out, trying to keep my voice low enough not to wake the kids down the hall. No answer. The light flooded the room, and that's when I felt true fear. There was nobody there. Nobody. My bedroom door was still closed, exactly how I'd left it before going to sleep. I checked under the bed. Nothing. I checked the closet. Empty. I even checked the ensuite bathroom. Not a soul. I sat on the edge of my bed, trying to calm myself down. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself it must have been a weird dream. Maybe I'd moved in my sleep. Maybe I was sleepwalking, though I've never done that before. I tried to rationalize it any way I could. I left the lights on that night. I couldn't bring myself to turn them off again. I barely slept, just kept staring at the foot of my bed, waiting for something. I don't know what. The next morning, I felt stupid. In the daylight, it seemed so obvious that I'd just had a nightmare and somehow moved myself in my sleep. I didn't mention it to anyone. What would I even say? Something tried to pull me off my bed last night? Yeah, right. But then it happened again the next night. Not the pulling me off the bed part, but something else. Something that makes me certain that first night wasn't just a dream. I'd gone to bed around the same time, midnight maybe. I was having trouble falling asleep after the previous night, so I took some melatonin to help. I must have drifted off eventually because I suddenly woke up feeling cold. When I opened my eyes, I realized my blankets were being slowly pulled off me. Not like when they gradually slide off during the night. This was a deliberate, slow tugging from the foot of the bed. I yanked them back up quickly and tucked them firmly under my feet. My heart was racing again, and I was wide awake now. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But about 10 minutes later I felt it again, that slow, methodical tugging at the covers. This continued for 2 weeks straight, every single night. I'd pull the blankets back, and whatever it was would wait a few minutes, then start pulling again. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't help. The tugging continued. I was becoming a wreck from lack of sleep. I'd only fall asleep from pure exhaustion, and then I'd wake up to find my blankets being slowly dragged away from me. I tried to tell my sister about it when she called to check in. She's always been the practical one in the family, and I thought maybe she'd have some logical explanation. Instead, she suggested I come stay at her place for a few days. "Maybe you just need a change of scenery," she said. "You sound exhausted." So I arranged for the kids to stay with their dad for the weekend. We're divorced, and I went to my sister's house. I thought maybe whatever this was would stay behind in my house. I was wrong. The first night at my sister's was uneventful. I slept better than I had in 2 weeks, and I started to think maybe I had just been overly stressed or having some kind of sleep disturbance. The second night, though, my sister had put me in her guest room, which had this old metal bed frame with both a headboard and footboard made of metal pipes. I remember noticing how solid it felt when I sat down on it. Around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by what sounded like someone taking a hammer to the metal footboard. Clang! 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 I shot upright and fumbled for the lamp switch. The room lit up, and just like at home, there was nobody there. But the sound continued. Clang! Clang! About 10 times in succession. I could feel the vibrations through the mattress. The footboard was literally shaking with each impact. "Jen?" I called out for my sister, but she didn't respond. I was too terrified to get out of bed, so I just sat there, clutching the blankets to my chest until the banging stopped. In the morning, I asked my sister if she'd heard the noise. She looked at me like I was crazy and said she'd slept through the night without hearing a thing. The way she looked at me, I could tell she thought I was losing it. Maybe I was. I went back home after that weekend, thinking maybe it was better to deal with the blanket pulling than metal clanging. At least the blanket thing was quieter and wouldn't wake the kids. But when I got home, things escalated. That's when we started seeing it, the shadow person. The first time was about 3 days after I returned from my sister's. I was coming out of the bathroom when I saw something move at the end of the hallway. It was dark, like a person-shaped shadow, but more solid somehow. It moved from the living room toward the bedrooms, then disappeared. I froze, convinced someone had broken in, but when I checked the house, all doors and windows were locked, and nothing seemed disturbed. Then my oldest, Emma, mentioned seeing a dark man in the hallway when she got up to use the bathroom at night. She's 13 and not the type to make up stories. Then my 10-year-old son mentioned it too. Then my youngest. They all described the same thing. A shadow that moved like a person but wasn't quite a person. My ex-husband, Dave, thought we were all feeding into each other's imaginations. He's never believed in anything supernatural and always has a logical explanation for everything. When the kids would tell him about the shadow during their weekends at his place, he'd just tell them they were having nightmares. Then about a month ago, Dave came over to watch the kids while I went to a doctor's appointment. I'd been having these terrible headaches, probably from the lack of sleep, and finally decided to get checked out. When I got home, Dave was sitting at the kitchen table looking different, serious in a way I hadn't seen before. The kids were in the backyard playing, and he motioned for me to sit down. "I need to talk to you about something," he said, his voice unnaturally quiet. "What's wrong? Are the kids okay?" I immediately asked. "The kids are fine," he said, then paused for what felt like forever. "Liv, I saw your shadow man." The way he said it, your shadow man, gave me chills, but also this weird sense of validation. After weeks of thinking I was losing my mind, someone else had finally seen what I'd been seeing, especially Dave, who'd been so dismissive of all of us. "What happened?" I asked him. He explained that he'd been in the kitchen making lunch when he felt like someone was watching him. When he turned around, he saw what looked like a dark figure standing at the entrance to the hallway. At first, he thought it was one of the kids, but then it moved. Not like walking, but more like gliding, down the hall toward the bedrooms. He followed it, thinking maybe one of the kids was playing a prank. But when he got to the hallway, there was nobody there, and all 3 kids were still in the backyard where he'd left them. I could tell it rattled him. Dave doesn't scare easily, and he certainly doesn't believe in ghosts, but he couldn't explain what he'd seen. Since then, things have gotten worse. The tugging at my blankets happens almost every night now. Sometimes it's gentle, like someone trying to get my attention. Other times it's forceful, like whatever it is getting impatient or angry. Last week I woke up to find myself being pulled off the bed again, just like that first night. This time I was even further off. Only my shoulders and head were still on the mattress. I screamed and scrambled back onto the bed. The kids came running, and I had to make up some excuse about having a nightmare. I've tried everything I can think of. I've had the house blessed by my friend's pastor. I've burned sage, even though I felt ridiculous doing it. I've even set up a camera to try to catch something on video, but the batteries always die overnight, no matter how fully charged they are when I set it up. The kids have started sleeping in my room. We push the mattresses from their rooms onto my floor, and we all sleep together now. Strangely, when they're in the room with me, the blanket pulling doesn't happen as much, but the shadow still appears in the hallway almost every night. I don't know what to do anymore. We can't move. I don't have the money for that, especially after the divorce. And honestly, after what happened at my sister's house, I'm afraid this thing might follow me wherever I go. The worst part is not knowing what it wants. Is it trying to scare us, hurt us, or is it trying to show us something? Sometimes I lie awake at night and just ask it, "What do you want?" But there's never an answer. Just that feeling of being watched from the hallway, and the inevitable tugging at my feet when I finally drift off to sleep. Last night was the worst yet. I'd finally fallen asleep around 2 a.m. with Emma asleep next to me in the bed and the boys on their mattresses on the floor. I woke up to that familiar tugging sensation, but this time it wasn't just the blankets. Something had grabbed my ankle. I could feel pressure, like fingers wrapped around my leg, pulling steadily. I kicked out hard and turned on the lamp, expecting to see one of the kids playing a prank, but all 3 were sound asleep, and the tugging at my ankle continued for another few seconds before stopping abruptly. I didn't sleep after that. I just sat up in bed until morning, watching my children sleep, wondering what the hell is happening in our house and why it's happening to us. I'm writing this now in the middle of the day while the kids are at school. The house feels normal during daylight hours, but I know once the sun sets, it'll start again. The shadow in the hallway, the tugging at my blankets, the feeling of being watched. I keep thinking about what my grandfather used to say about things that go bump in the night. He'd tell me, not everything unseen means you harm. But it's hard to believe that when something is literally trying to pull you off your bed in the middle of the night. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any advice that doesn't involve me spending money I don't have, I'm all ears. I'm running out of options, and honestly, I'm scared to go to sleep tonight. Story 9. I've never told this story in full before. I figured it was time to get it off my chest, since I still can't sleep some nights. I'm in my last year of college now, and what happened at Bridgewater Manor still haunts me almost daily. My family moved into this massive rental house about 3 years ago. It's this old Victorian-style place, 3 floors, way too many rooms for just us, and these super long, dark hallways that seem to go on forever. My parents have this smaller guest house on the property too, and they stay there sometimes when they want their space. I always stayed in the main house though, even when I was alone. I know that sounds weird considering what I'm about to tell you, but I've never been the type to scare easily. Plus, I had my dogs with me, and I figured they'd warn me if anything was really wrong. I'm a night owl, always have been. I'd stay up until 3 or 4 a.m. reading or doing homework, especially during my first year at college when most of my classes were afternoon ones. I'd get sucked into these paranormal forums and subreddits, reading people's stories about ghosts and weird experiences. I never thought I'd end up with one of my own. It started with the doors, just these heavy wooden doors throughout the house that would open or close on their own. At first, I tried to explain it away. Maybe a draft, maybe the house settling. Old houses make noises, right? But there was this specific hallway closet door near the staircase that would slowly creak open when I was sitting in the living room. Not just a little. It would swing all the way open, groaning on those old hinges. The sound was what got me every time, this low, drawn-out creak that made the hair on my arms stand up. After it happened a few times, I started to get annoyed more than scared. I'd glance over my shoulder when I heard it and say, "Do you mind?" like I was talking to a roommate. Then I'd just go back to whatever I was doing. I know that sounds crazy, but it was my way of coping, I guess, acknowledging it without freaking myself out. The guest bedroom door was another problem spot. That room was across from mine, and I'd close it before going to bed because something about an open, empty room at night just creeps me out. But I'd wake up to find it wide open, even though I was sure I'd closed it. This happened at least twice a week. I didn't tell my parents at first. My dad's super practical and would have tried to find some logical explanation, and my mom would have freaked out and insisted we move. So I just kept it to myself and figured I'd deal with it until we moved out. Eventually. Then came Halloween of my sophomore year. I invited my friend Kayla over to watch horror movies and eat junk food. My parents were at the guest house that night, so we had the main house to ourselves. I'd made these stupid Halloween-themed cookies, you know, with orange frosting and little candy corn decorations, and we were sitting at the dining room table, eating them and chatting. All of a sudden, Kayla jumped and looked down under the table. She had this weird look on her face, and I asked her what was wrong. She said she felt something rush past her legs, like a dog trying to get a cookie that had fallen. Her exact words were, "Is your dog under the table?" I told her no. Both my dogs were upstairs sleeping in my room. She insisted she'd felt a dog brush against her legs, specifically a big black dog. That's when I got chills. We had a black lab named Buddy who died 7 years ago. He was my childhood dog. and he used to beg for food all the time. Kayla had never met him. I didn't even know her when we had Buddy. She had no way of knowing about him. When I told her this, she went really pale and asked if we could go somewhere else. We ended up watching movies in my room with the door firmly closed. After that night, things started to escalate. I got a mini schnauzer puppy named Pepper about a month later. She was supposed to help me feel safer in the house, but she just made me more aware of whatever was there. Dogs know, you know. One night in December, I was up late working on a term paper. It was around 2 a.m., and Pepper was asleep on my bed. Suddenly, she woke up and started barking like crazy at my closet. At first, I thought maybe a mouse or something was in there. But then, she turned and started barking at my bedroom door, which was open about 7 inches. She was doing her "someone's here" bark. It's different from her other barks. It's more urgent, more warning. As I was watching her, the bedroom door slowly, gracefully closed itself. Not like it was pushed by a draft. It moved steadily, deliberately, until it clicked shut. I froze. Pepper went nuts, jumping off the bed and scratching at the door, still barking. I called out, "Mom!" even though I knew she was in the guest house. My voice sounded so small and scared in that quiet room. I sat there for what felt like hours, just staring at the door. Finally, I gathered enough courage to get up. I grabbed a pencil from my desk, as if that would do anything, and slowly opened the door. The hallway was empty and dark. I checked my parents' room, but it was empty. I called their cell, and my mom answered, groggy with sleep, confirming they were in the guest house. Whatever had closed my door wasn't them. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept Pepper close to me, and every time she would look suddenly at an empty corner or doorway, my heart would race. I started wondering if I was losing my mind. The nightmares started around that time too. Horrible, vivid dreams that felt so real I'd wake up gasping for breath. In one, I dreamed I was lying in my bed, unable to move, while something whispered in my ear in a language I couldn't understand. The whispers got louder and louder until they were screaming inside my head, and I felt like I was being choked. I woke up with my throat sore, like I'd been screaming. Another nightmare was even worse. I was paralyzed in my bed, but fully aware of my surroundings. I watched as this tall, fuzzy figure emerged from under my bed. It wasn't solid, more like static electricity given form. It had no face, just this blank space where features should be, and it reached toward me with these long, thin fingers. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. When I finally woke up, my sheets were soaked with sweat. I started researching the history of Bridgewater Manor, trying to find some explanation for what was happening. What I discovered made everything worse. The property was apparently built over what historians believe was an ancient indigenous fishing camp. There were artifacts found during the construction of the house back in the 1890s, but the builders just kept going. One rainy afternoon in February, I was alone in the house reading in the sunroom. Everyone else was out, my parents at work, my siblings away at school. The rain was coming down hard, drumming on the roof. Suddenly, over the sound of the rain, I heard chanting. It wasn't coming from outside or even from another room. It was like it was surrounding me, inside my head almost. It was in a language I didn't recognize, rhythmic and ancient sounding. I sat completely still, afraid to move, until it gradually faded away. I finally told my parents after that. My mom suggested we try to cleanse the house. She's not normally into that kind of thing, but she could see how freaked out I was. We tried burning sage, which just made the house smell weird, and did absolutely nothing to stop the activity. If anything, it seemed to make things worse. The final straw came during spring break of my junior year. I was alone in the house again. My parents had gone to visit my sister at her college. I was in the kitchen making dinner when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Not just one or two, all of them simultaneously. The force was enough to make dishes fall and shatter on the floor. I ran out of the house and sat in my car until my heartbeat slowed down. When I went back inside, the cabinets were all closed again, but the broken dishes were still on the floor. I wasn't hallucinating. Something wanted me to know it was there, and it was powerful. I've tried to rationalize what happened at Bridgewater Manor. Maybe it was the house settling. Maybe it was my imagination running wild after reading too many ghost stories. Maybe it was stress from school manifesting in weird ways. But none of those explanations account for what my friend felt that Halloween night, or what my dog saw, or the cabinet doors that defied physics. We still live there. My parents don't want to break the lease. And honestly, whatever is in that house hasn't hurt anyone physically. It's just there, watching, waiting. For what, I don't know. Some nights when I'm home from college, I still hear those doors opening and closing, still feel that presence, still wake up from those nightmares. I don't say, "Do you mind?" anymore, though. Now I just keep quiet. I think it's better not to acknowledge it, better not to let it know I'm listening, better not to invite it in any further than it already is. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear something breathing in the dark corners of my room. And I know it's already here, it's been here all along, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. Story 10. I've been putting off writing about this for years now. Honestly, I don't care if people believe me or not anymore. I just need to get this off my chest because it's still with me, even after all this time. This happened back in September 2018 at the Regalsville boat launch, right where Pennsylvania and New Jersey meet at the Delaware River. I've gone fishing there plenty of times since I was a kid, so I know that area pretty well. Me and my girlfriend Amber had been dating for about 8 months at that point. We both worked a lot and didn't always have matching schedules, so sometimes we'd just go for these little nighttime drives when we both had a few hours free. Nothing crazy, just finding quiet spots to park, talk, listen to music, and just be together away from roommates and work stress. That night was a really nice September evening, probably around 70 degrees, clear skies. We'd grabbed some takeout and decided to drive out to the boat launch, since it's usually empty after dark. We got there around 9:30 p.m. The parking lot was completely empty, which wasn't surprising for a weeknight. I backed my car into a spot at the far end of the lot, right up against these old abandoned railroad tracks on the New Jersey side. From where we parked, we could see across the river to the Pennsylvania side, though it was pretty dark, except for a few distant lights from houses. After eating in the car, we decided to sit on the hood for a bit. I remember Amber was showing me some meme on her phone, and I was half paying attention while looking around. The lot has this yellowish security light, but it only really illuminates the middle part. Where we were parked was more in shadow. That's when I noticed something moving by the tree line near the river. At first, I thought it might be a deer or something, but as I focused, I could tell it was walking upright. My brain immediately went to, okay, it's a person, but something felt off right away. This figure was tall, really tall, and the way it moved was just different, smooth, but also kind of lumbering. I nudged Amber and pointed, but didn't say anything yet. We both watched as this thing walked across the far side of the parking lot. There's a portable toilet over there, and when it walked past it, I could see that this thing was taller than the porta potty. Those things are usually around 7 feet high, so whatever this was had to be at least 7.5 feet tall. My first thought was that it might be some homeless guy in a big winter coat, which would explain why it looked so bulky. But then I realized how warm the evening was. Nobody would be wearing a heavy coat. As it moved through the dim light, I could see these long, hairy-looking arms. They seemed to hang down almost to its knees. The whole figure was dark, like really dark, and I couldn't make out any clear features, just this massive silhouette. I whispered to Amber, "Do you see that?" She nodded, and I could feel her tensing up next to me. The figure disappeared into the shadows on the other side of the lot, heading toward the river. My heart was racing at this point. I slid off the hood as quietly as I could and went to my trunk. I always keep a tire iron in there, not because I'm paranoid, but because I had a flat once with a stuck lug nut and swore I'd never be caught without one again. I grabbed it and closed the trunk as softly as possible. Amber whispered, "What are you doing?" I just shook my head and held the tire iron low. I wasn't planning to go after whatever it was, but I wanted something in my hand if it came back. I purposely dragged the tire iron on the ground a little, making this scraping noise. I wanted to make it clear we were aware of our surroundings. Honestly, though, even with that metal bar in my hand, I felt incredibly vulnerable. Like if that thing wanted to, it could just, I don't know, I just felt small. We stood there for maybe a minute, both of us really quiet, listening. The woods and the river make all these normal nighttime sounds, leaves rustling, water flowing, occasional fish jumping. But then we heard something that definitely wasn't normal. Down the embankment toward the river, maybe 50 feet away, there were 3 distinct, loud knocks. Knock, knock, knock. They were evenly spaced, about a second apart, and sounded like something hard hitting against wood. The sound echoed slightly across the water. It wasn't like random branches falling or an animal scurrying around. These were deliberate, powerful impacts, like someone was trying to communicate. The knocks made me freeze completely. I'd never heard anything like that before. They sounded almost like if someone took a baseball bat and hit a tree trunk really hard, but more resonant. That's when things got truly terrifying. I suddenly noticed a shadow stretching over us on the ground, a shadow that wasn't there a second ago. It was cast from behind us, from the direction of the railroad tracks we'd parked against. The shadow was massive, with broad shoulders and a distinct head shape. Whatever was casting it had to be standing right behind our car, up on the elevated railroad bed. I slowly turned around, and there it was. I couldn't see details because it was backlit by the distant security light, but the silhouette was unmistakable. This thing was huge, at least 8 feet tall, with these incredibly wide shoulders. As I stared, it shifted its posture, and I saw the same loose, hairy outline that I'd noticed on the first figure. I don't know if it was the same one that had walked across the lot or a different one, but it was definitely the same type of creature, for lack of a better word. My blood went cold. I've never felt fear like that. It was like my entire body was screaming at me to run while simultaneously being unable to move. I managed to whisper to Amber, "Get in the car, now!" We both backed up slowly, then practically dove into the car. I fumbled with my keys, almost dropping them, before getting the engine started. I threw it in drive and got out of there as fast as I could without looking back. As we sped away, Amber was shaking and asking what the hell that was. I honestly had no answer. My hands were trembling so bad I could barely hold the steering wheel. We drove for about 10 minutes in silence, both of us just trying to process what happened. After I'd calmed down a bit, some weird part of me wanted confirmation of what I'd seen. I looped back around and drove past the boat launch again, this time slowly, with my high beams on. I scanned the parking lot, the tree line, the railroad tracks, nothing. Whatever had been there was gone, or at least not visible anymore. I took Amber home, and neither of us talked much about what we'd seen. I think we were both trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some really tall guys messing around. But deep down, I knew that explanation didn't fit what we'd witnessed. When I got home that night, I couldn't sleep at all. I kept replaying everything in my head. Around 3 a.m., I started searching online for anything about tall, hairy figures in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I wasn't even sure what terms to use. I hadn't really considered Bigfoot or anything like that during the encounter. It just seemed like something wrong. Something that shouldn't be there. That's when I stumbled across some videos about wood knocks or train knocks associated with Bigfoot encounters. The moment I heard the recordings, my stomach dropped. They were identical to what we'd heard at the boat launch, that same resonant, powerful sound. People described them as a form of communication between these creatures. The more I researched, the more similarities I found between established Bigfoot encounters and what we'd experienced. The height, the long arms, the broad shoulders, the knocks, the way it moved. Everything lined up in a way that I wasn't comfortable with. The next morning, I went back to the boat launch alone. It was a completely different place in daylight, peaceful, ordinary. I checked out the area where we'd heard the knocks coming from. It was a really steep embankment, nearly impossible to climb down without slipping into the river. There was no way a person could have been standing down there comfortably making those sounds. And the railroad tracks where the second figure had stood were elevated about 5 to 6 feet above the parking lot, which meant that whatever was casting that shadow over us had to be extremely tall to create the shadow pattern I saw. I looked for footprints or any evidence, but the ground was too hard and rocky to show anything clear. I did notice some broken branches along the tree line, but that could have been anything. It's been over 5 years now, and I still think about that night regularly. Amber and I broke up a few months after the incident for unrelated reasons, but I know she saw the same things I did. We just never really talked about it in detail after that night. I think neither of us wanted to fully acknowledge what it might have been. I've gone back to that boat launch many times since then, always during daylight hours. I've never seen anything unusual again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember Amber's face that night, the pure fear, and I know it was real. I don't know what we encountered at Regalsville that September night. I'm not necessarily saying it was a Bigfoot or anything specific. All I know is that it was tall, dark, moved in a way that wasn't quite human, and made those distinct knocking sounds that still echo in my nightmares. Whatever it was intelligent enough to position itself behind us after we'd noticed the first one, like it was coordinated, like it was hunting us. I don't go to the boat launch at night anymore. Some places belong to the daylight, and some things are better left alone. But sometimes when I'm driving along the Delaware River after dark, I catch myself scanning the tree line, wondering if I'll see that tall silhouette again, and hoping that I won't. Story 11. I still don't like talking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been carrying it for years now. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of what happened, though I doubt it. I grew up in Bitola, Macedonia, in this small house near the Drago River. It was built in the 1950s during the Yugoslavian period by my grandfather. It's one of those typical houses from that era. Nothing fancy, just sturdy concrete with a small yard. My family lived there when I was in preschool while our apartment was being constructed. Even as a little kid, I remember being terrified of that house. I'd have these awful nightmares about witches. Not the Halloween kind with pointy hats, but these entities. I'd wake up screaming, convinced there was something watching me from the dark corners of my room. My parents always said it was just a kid thing, that lots of children are afraid of the dark. But it wasn't just darkness I was afraid of, it was that darkness in that house. We eventually moved to our apartment, and my grandmother continued living in the house until she passed away. The place then sat mostly vacant, just used for storage and family gatherings occasionally. When I turned 17, my parents got me a guitar for my birthday. I was so excited to learn, but our apartment walls were thin, and my constant practicing drove my family nuts. My dad suggested I use my grandmother's empty house to practice. It made perfect sense. No one to bother, plenty of space, and only a 10-minute walk from our apartment. So one evening in October, I took my guitar and headed over. I remember it was around 4 p.m. when I arrived. The house still had electricity and basic furniture. I set up in the living room, opened my music book, and started practicing. The hours flew by as I tried to nail down chord transitions. It was around 7 p.m. when I first felt it. The sun had set, and I'd turned on the lights, but there was this sudden weight in the air, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing, and you can feel the tension even though no one's speaking. Except I was completely alone. I tried focusing on my guitar, but I couldn't shake this feeling of being observed. Not just observed, scrutinized, like whatever was watching me was right over my shoulder, studying every move. Eventually I needed to use the bathroom. The layout of the house is simple. A main room that serves as living room and kitchen, a small hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom at the end. The hallway was dark, so I turned on the light and headed to the bathroom. That's when I heard it for the first time. This low, guttural growl. Not like a dog or any animal I've ever heard. It sounded like it was coming from inside the bathroom. I froze, my hand on the doorknob. I told myself it was just the old pipes. The plumbing in these old Yugoslavian houses is notoriously loud. I pushed the door open slowly. The bathroom was empty. I used it quickly, keeping the door open and constantly looking over my shoulder. As I washed my hands, the feeling of being watched intensified. I swear I could feel breath on the back of my neck. My skin erupted in goosebumps, and every hair stood on end. There was no mirror in the bathroom. My grandmother had removed it years ago because she said it held on to things. At the time, I thought she was just being a superstitious old lady. Now I'm grateful I couldn't see whatever might have been standing behind me. I turned around quickly, nothing there. But the feeling was so strong I couldn't breathe. I just knew something was in that tiny bathroom with me, standing so close I could almost touch it. I bolted out, slammed the door and ran straight through the house, grabbing my guitar on the way. I locked the door behind me and practically sprinted home. The weird thing? As soon as I stepped outside, the feeling vanished completely. It was like crossing some invisible boundary where whatever was in there couldn't follow. I felt normal again, just a bit shaken. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? I got scared of nothing in Grandma's empty house. I was 17 for crying out loud, but I didn't go back for a while either. A few years later, I was out late at a party. It must have been 2 or 3 a.m. when I decided to head home. I'd had a few drinks, not wasted, but definitely tipsy. My parents were light sleepers, and I didn't want to wake them up stumbling into the apartment. Grandma's house still had a bed, and it was closer to where I was. So I made the brilliant decision to crash there for the night. I don't remember much about getting there or going to bed. What I do remember with painful clarity is waking up around 3:30 a.m. to that same growling sound. It was louder this time, not coming from the bathroom, but from somewhere in the bedroom. In my half-asleep, alcohol-influenced state, I did something incredibly stupid. I sat up in bed and said, "Piss off, I'm trying to sleep." Then I just laid back down and fell asleep. The alcohol must have dampened my fear response, because when I woke up the next morning, I was horrified at what I'd done. Who tells a growling entity to piss off? But nothing had happened. I was fine. Maybe it really was just the pipes. The most intense experience happened last year. My parents had gotten a puppy, but our apartment building didn't allow pets. We decided the puppy would stay at Grandma's house temporarily, and I volunteered to live there for a few weeks to train him. One night, around 10 p.m., I was sitting on the couch with my laptop. The puppy was playing with a toy on the floor. The house has these old-style windows that are about 1.5 meters off the ground. I was watching something on my laptop when I noticed movement at one of the windows. I looked up and saw what appeared to be a shadow, not inside the house, outside, looking in. It seemed to realize I'd spotted it because it crouched down as if trying to hide below the windowsill. Then it just bolted. I didn't see which direction it went, but the movement was unnaturally fast. The thing is, the puppy saw it too. He stopped playing and stared at the window, hackles raised, making this low whining sound. That's how I knew I wasn't hallucinating. We both saw something. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a burglar scoping out the house, but why crouch down when I spotted them? Why not just leave? And how did they move so quickly? Plus, the house had nothing worth stealing. Everyone in the neighborhood knew it was just an old, mostly empty house. A few nights later, I couldn't sleep. I'd stupidly watched some horror videos earlier, and my mind was racing. It was around 1 a.m., and I was just lying in bed, trying to relax. The puppy was asleep in his bed on the floor. Then I heard it, a rhythmic tapping from the main room. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. It sounded like it was coming from the metal furnace that heated the house. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the metal contracting as it cooled down. The tapping stopped. Then, without warning, there was this massive pound, like someone had slammed their fist against something hard. The puppy jumped up, fully awake and barking toward the doorway. I reached for the lamp on the bedside table and clicked it on. The moment it lit up, the bulb went out with a pop. Not just went out, it made this noise like it had been forcefully broken. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly walked into the main room, puppy right at my heels. There was nothing there. The furnace looked normal. Nothing seemed disturbed. I went back to bed but couldn't sleep. I tried some meditation techniques to calm down, focusing on my breathing. As I was lying there with my eyes closed, that feeling returned. The intense sensation of being watched. It was so strong I could almost point to exactly where it was standing in the room. The puppy felt it too. He jumped onto the bed with me, something he never did, and pressed himself against my side, staring at an empty corner of the room. Then the light bulb, the same one that had gone out, fell straight down from the lamp and landed on my chest. Not rolled off the table, not thrown across the room. It fell perfectly vertically, as if someone had been holding it directly above me and let go. That was it for me. I grabbed the puppy, threw my essential stuff in a bag, and went back to my parents' apartment at 2 a.m. I didn't care about waking them up anymore. My mum took one look at my face and didn't even ask questions. She just made up the couch for me. The next day, I told her what happened. That's when she admitted she'd experienced something similar. She'd gone to the house to get some old photo albums and heard the same growling sound. She ended up doing this makeshift exorcism with salt, following the dog from corner to corner as he barked at things she couldn't see. Later, we found something disturbing. Behind the furnace, tucked way back where you'd never see it unless you were specifically looking, were the remains of what looked like some kind of ritual. There were pieces of yarn tied in specific patterns, some burnt matches, and what might have been wax. My mum remembered that one of her friends, who she'd had a falling out with years ago, had practiced some kind of black magic. This woman had visited our house several times when I was a child. Mum thinks she might have done something there, left something behind. We cleaned everything out, and my mum had a priest come bless the house. She claims it's clean now. I use it as a wood-carving workshop during daylight hours, but I still won't stay there after dark. I don't know what was in that house with me. I don't know if it was something that woman left behind, or something that was always there that she somehow woke up. All I know is that I wasn't imagining it. The growling, the watching, the light bulb, it was all real. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that same feeling of being watched, even in my own apartment, miles away from that house. And in those moments, I wonder if whatever it was found a way to follow me after all. Story 12. I'm still shaking while typing this. It's been 3 weeks since I visited my parents in Northern California, and I can't stop thinking about what happened. I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those sounds again. I need to get this off my chest because nobody except my family would believe me. My parents moved to this small mining town about 5 years ago. It's this quiet place nestled in the woods where everyone knows everyone. Old mining town with a lot of history. and a lot of abandoned mine shafts scattered throughout the surrounding area. There's actually one about 100 feet across the road from my parents' property. I never paid much attention to it before. When I visit, I usually stay in their fifth-wheel trailer parked in front of the property. It gives me privacy, and my parents' house gets crowded with their 3 dogs. I'm Native American from my mum's side, and while I was raised with stories and some traditional beliefs, I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. I mean, I work as an accountant, I deal with numbers and concrete facts every day, but what happened that night, I can't explain it with logic. It was unusually warm for April, maybe 75 degrees even at night. I had opened all the windows in the trailer to get some airflow. Around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like howling. Not uncommon. We have coyotes and sometimes bobcats in the area. I tried to fall back asleep, but the sound persisted. Something felt off about it. The howling gradually changed. It started sounding less like an animal and more like a person, like someone moaning in pain. At first I thought maybe it was someone injured in the woods, but it didn't sound quite human either. It was this horrible in-between sound that made my skin crawl. I remember sitting up in bed, my heart pounding. My mom's little Chihuahua, Peanut, was staying with me in the trailer. Normally that dog barks at everything, leaves falling, cars driving by half a mile away, you name it. But that night, he was completely silent. He was on the bed with me, and I noticed he was shaking uncontrollably, staring at the window facing the road. I grabbed my phone to check the time and tried to convince myself it was nothing. The moaning continued, growing louder. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of the mine shaft. I wear this medicine pouch my grandmother gave me around my neck. I never take it off. I found myself clutching it, something I do when I'm anxious. The rational part of my brain kept saying, it's just an animal, Sophia. Or maybe the wind making weird noises through the trees or the old mine. But the part of me that grew up hearing my grandmother's stories knew better. Something was wrong. I got up and peeked out the window, trying to see what was making the noise. That's when I saw it, an orange-yellow glow coming from inside the mine shaft across the road. Not like flashlights or headlights. This was different. A pulsing, uneven light that didn't look like anything man-made. The shaft angles upward into the hillside, so I could see the glow reflecting off the entrance. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. My stomach dropped and I felt cold all over, despite the warm night. I can't explain the feeling of dread that washed over me. It was primal, like every cell in my body recognized something that my conscious mind couldn't comprehend. The moaning got louder, more desperate. It echoed in a way that didn't sound natural, like it was coming from deep underground but somehow right outside my window at the same time. Peanut was now pressed against my leg, trembling so hard I could feel it. He whimpered once, very quietly, but didn't bark. That's when I knew for sure something was seriously wrong. That dog barks at his own shadow, but whatever was out there had him terrified into silence. I ducked down below the window line and crawled around the bed to grab my shoes and hoodie. I wasn't about to turn on any lights. Something told me I shouldn't draw attention to myself. The whole time, that awful moaning continued, occasionally rising in pitch like whoever, whatever, was making it was in agony. I scooped up Peanut, unlocked the trailer door as quietly as possible, and ran toward my parents' house. I didn't look toward the mine shaft. I couldn't. I just ran, feeling the gravel driveway cutting into my feet through my thin shoes. My parents have a security light that comes on with movement, and it triggered as I approached the house. For a second I was caught in the brightness, and I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. The moaning stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the right one in the lock. When I finally got inside, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. The house was dark except for the nightlight in the hallway. I must have made enough noise coming in because my dad came out of his bedroom with his gun. He's a former police officer and takes home security seriously. When he saw it was me, he lowered the gun but looked confused and concerned. "What's wrong?" he asked, and I tried to explain what I'd seen and heard. As I was talking, we both froze because we could still hear it, that faint moaning sound even from inside the house. My dad went to the window facing the road and looked out. He's always been the most practical person I know. He doesn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. He's the kind of man who needs proof for everything. But when he turned back to me, his face was pale. He just said, "That's something we should leave alone," and then checked that all the doors and windows were locked. He didn't dismiss what I'd told him or try to explain it away. That scared me more than anything because it meant he felt it too. My mom woke up and came out to see what was happening. Their 3 dogs were now all awake too, but strangely quiet. They were alert, watching the windows, but not barking or growling. Mom made some tea while Dad kept checking the locks and peering out the windows. I told my mom what happened, and she nodded like she wasn't surprised. She later told me there had been stories about the mine shafts in the area, accidents, disappearances over the years. The locals don't talk about it much, especially not to newcomers. But being native, my mom had picked up on the negative energy around that particular shaft almost immediately after they moved in. "Some places have bad memories," she said, "and some places keep those memories alive." I ended up sleeping on my dad's bedroom floor that night, something I hadn't done since I was a little girl, afraid of thunderstorms. Mum went back to bed, and Dad sat in his recliner with his gun nearby. I couldn't sleep at all. I just lay there, listening. Around 3:30 a.m., there was tapping on the back sliding glass door. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 steady and deliberate, not like a branch hitting the glass or an animal bumping against it. This was purposeful. The dogs, all 4 of them, including Peanut, stood up simultaneously and stared at the back door. Their fur was standing on end, but they made no sound, not a single bark or growl, just silent, rigid attention. I'd never seen them behave like that before. These dogs that bark if a leaf blows across the yard were completely silent in the face of someone or something tapping on our door in the middle of the night. My dad got up slowly, gun in hand, and moved toward the sliding door. I wanted to tell him not to go near it, but I couldn't speak. My throat felt closed up with fear. He approached the door cautiously but didn't turn on the outside light. He just stood there, looking out into the darkness. After what felt like forever, he came back. "Nothing there," he said quietly, but I could tell he was lying. He saw something. I don't know what, but something had been at that door. The tapping didn't return, and eventually the dogs settled down, though they remained unusually alert for the rest of the night. When morning finally came, I felt slightly better. Things are always less frightening in daylight. My dad went out to check around the property and came back looking troubled. He wouldn't say what he found, if anything. He just said I should stay in the house for the remainder of my visit. No more sleeping in the trailer. Later that day, I worked up the courage to look at the mine shaft from a distance. It looked completely ordinary in the daylight, just a dark hole in the hillside with some old timber framing, partially overgrown with vegetation. No sign of any strange light or activity. I asked my dad if we should report what we heard to someone. Maybe someone had been injured in the mine. He just shook his head and said, "Best to leave it alone. Some things shouldn't be disturbed." That evening, my parents invited a neighbor over, an older man who'd lived in the area his whole life. They didn't mention what had happened, but my mom casually brought up the mine shaft, asking about its history. The neighbor got quiet, then said something I'll never forget. That one was bad. 37 men went in during the collapse of 33. None came out. They sealed it after 3 days of rescue attempts. Some folks say they sealed it too soon. He wouldn't say more, just changed the subject. But later, as he was leaving, he pulled me aside and said, Don't go near that shaft, especially at night. Whatever's in there, it ain't natural and it ain't resting. I finished my visit sleeping on the couch in my parents' living room. I didn't hear the moaning again, but every night around the same time, the dogs would all get up and stare at the windows, their bodies tense. Whatever it was still out there. I went back home to Sacramento after that weekend, but I can't stop thinking about what happened. I've researched the mine collapse the neighbor mentioned. It was real. One of the worst mining disasters in the area's history. What I can't find is why they gave up the rescue so quickly. 3 days isn't long for a rescue operation of that magnitude, especially with the possibility of survivors. I called my parents yesterday. They said everything's been quiet, but they've started keeping the dogs inside at night. My dad installed additional security lights around the property. He's still not saying much about it, but his actions tell me he's worried. I've always considered myself rational, but I know what I heard and saw that night. Something was in that mine shaft, something that shouldn't have been there, something that made a sound no human or animal should be able to make. And whatever it was, it knew we were there. It came to the door. I'm supposed to visit my parents again next month, but I don't think I can. I can't go back to that place. I can't be near that mine shaft again. Some things are better left alone, and whatever lives in that abandoned mine is one of them. I still hear that moaning in my dreams. I still see that unnatural glow when I close my eyes. And I can't shake the feeling that by running away that night, I only postponed something inevitable. Like whatever was in that shaft has noticed me now. Like it's just a matter of time before I hear that tapping again, this time on my own window. Story 13, Adish. I've never told this complete story to anyone before. I'm still not sure if sharing this is a good idea, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. Growing up, my family lived in a modest 2-story house in the city. Nothing fancy, just a regular home in a regular neighborhood. We shared a wall with our neighbors on the right side, which never seemed like a big deal until I was about 14. That's when things started happening that I couldn't explain. It began with knocking sounds. Not the kind of knocking you'd hear from someone at your door. This was different. It came from inside our kitchen wall, the one that connected to our neighbor's house. At first, my parents brushed it off as pipes or the house settling, but the pattern was too consistent. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. Sometimes in the middle of the day, sometimes late at night. My mom joked that our neighbors probably had noisy kids, but the house had been vacant for months. The previous owners had moved out suddenly, and no one seemed interested in buying it. I overheard my dad telling my uncle once that the place had issues, whatever that meant. The knocking was just the beginning. I started noticing our kitchen cabinet doors would be open when no one had used them. Not wide open, just slightly ajar, as if someone had been rummaging through them and hadn't closed them properly. My mom blamed me at first, then my dad, then finally started to look concerned when we were all in the living room one evening and heard a cabinet door creak open on its own. The scariest thing, though, was the water. Sometimes I'd be alone in the house doing homework, and I'd hear the distinct sound of a faucet turning on and water running. I'd check every sink and shower in the house, but they'd all be bone dry and turned off. The sound always seemed to come from the kitchen area near that shared wall. My parents aren't superstitious people, but after a few months of this, my mum started getting nervous. She brought home some Chinese incense a co-worker had recommended for cleansing the energy of our home. I remember rolling my eyes at this. I was a teenager after all, but helped her light it anyway. We walked through each room, waving the smoking incense around while my mom recited a prayer she'd learned from her grandmother. Big mistake. Whatever was there didn't like that at all. The knocking got louder that very night. Not 3 gentle taps anymore, but aggressive pounding that woke us all up at 3:30 a.m. My dad grabbed a baseball bat and checked the whole house, even went outside to see if someone was messing with us, but found nothing. After that, things escalated. The activity seemed most intense between 3 and 4 in the morning. I've always been a light sleeper, and I often woke up thirsty in the middle of the night. I'd have to psych myself up just to leave my bedroom for a glass of water. I'd dash to the kitchen, fill my glass as fast as possible while the knocking started up, and then run back to my room. One night I was doing exactly this routine. The knocking had started the moment my feet hit the kitchen tile. I grabbed my water, drank it in 2 gulps, and was heading back to my room when I heard it. A whisper right behind me. Psst. You know that sound people make when they're trying to get your attention quietly? That exact sound, but directly behind my left ear, as if someone was standing right there. I didn't turn around. Some instinct deep inside me screamed not to look. I ran to my room, slammed the door, and stayed under my covers until morning. I begged my parents to move after that, making up excuses about wanting to be closer to school or in a better neighborhood. But they had stable jobs nearby, and moving wasn't financially possible for us at the time. So we stayed, and I learned to live with the fear. When I graduated high school and got accepted to a large Catholic college for girls in another city, I was beyond relieved. Finally, I'd be away from that house, that wall, that presence that had tormented me for years. I moved into the dormitory, excited for a fresh start and normal college experiences. If only I'd known what was waiting for me there. The college I attended was old and prestigious, with beautiful Gothic architecture and a rich history. It was also, as I quickly learned, notoriously haunted. The dormitory I was assigned to was on the 3rd floor of a building that connected directly to a hospital owned by the school. My floor was on the same level as the medical school's cadaver room, which was just down a long hallway from our living quarters. Within my first week, I heard the stories from other students. A girl had died in the hospital years ago, and her spirit supposedly wandered the 3rd floor, particularly around the bathrooms. Maintenance workers refused to work alone at night. Students reported seeing shadows move on their own and feeling cold spots in perfectly heated rooms. I tried to ignore these stories. After my experiences at home, I wanted nothing to do with anything supernatural. I focused on my studies and made friends with my roommates. For a few weeks, everything seemed normal. Then it happened. I was in a biology lecture in a classroom on the 2nd floor. About 30 minutes into the class, we all heard it. The sound of chairs moving across the floor above us, followed by something heavy being dragged across the room. Then banging, like someone was pounding on a blackboard. Our professor paused her lecture, clearly annoyed by the disruption. "Is there another class up there today?" she asked. One of the students volunteered to check, and we waited in awkward silence until she returned. "The room is empty," she said, looking confused. "All the chairs are in place, and there's nobody there." A murmur went through the class. Our professor tried to get us back on track, but just as she turned to the projector screen mounted on the wall, it suddenly swung violently to the side with a loud bang. Not a gentle swing like from a breeze. This was forceful, as if someone had shoved it with both hands. Everyone gasped. A few girls screamed. Our professor, a serious woman in her 50s who I'd never seen rattled before, went completely pale. She dismissed class for the rest of the afternoon. That was the first incident, but far from the last. Strange things became almost routine. Books falling from shelves when no one was near them, doors closing on their own, the feeling of someone watching you in empty hallways. Most students handled it with nervous jokes or by traveling in groups. I tried to do the same, but the memories of my home kept creeping back. In the hospital section of the building, things were even worse. An urban legend circulated that patients who saw the ghost girl would die within days. Nurses reported hearing children's laughter in empty rooms. The hospital had been built decades ago, but the school itself stood on land that had reportedly been the subject of concern. Before construction began, spiritual experts had warned builders that many spirits inhabited the area, which sat right in the heart of the city, on what had once been the site of some historical tragedy no one liked to discuss. My room in the dormitory was the closest to the communal bathroom, directly across from it. This location, which had seemed convenient at first, soon became a source of dread. Almost every night, I'd hear the bathroom door open and close when no one was there. Sometimes I'd wake up to the sound of water running, exactly like in my childhood home. One night around 2 a.m. I woke up desperately needing to use the bathroom. My roommate was fast asleep, so I quietly slipped out of bed and opened our door. The hallway was dimly lit by safety lights, casting everything in an eerie blue glow. I hurried to the bathroom, did what I needed to do, and was washing my hands when I noticed the sink faucet next to me was running. I reached over to turn it off, but the handle wouldn't budge. The water kept flowing, stronger now, beginning to overflow the basin. I tried again with both hands, struggling with the handle, but it was like it was being held in place by some unseen force. Water was spilling onto the floor now, soaking my slippers. I backed away, suddenly aware of how alone I was in that large tiled room with its high ceilings and shadowy corners. I turned to leave, and that's when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then off completely for a few seconds before coming back on. In those seconds of darkness, I swear I felt someone brush past me, close enough that I could feel the displacement of air. I bolted from the bathroom and ran straight into Marina, a senior who lived down the hall. She was on her way to the bathroom and looked startled to see me running out in such a panic. "The sink! It's overflowing!" I managed to gasp. "I couldn't turn it off." Marina, who was kind but no nonsense, went in to check. When she came back out, she looked confused. "All the sinks are off," she said. "The floor's dry too." I stared at her, then down at my soaked slippers, unable to process what she was saying. I knew what I had seen and felt. Marina must have noticed my expression because her face softened. "Look, this place gets to everyone eventually," she said. "Why don't you come hang out in my room for a bit? My roommate's away for the weekend." I nodded gratefully, and we headed to her room. Marina had a small Bluetooth speaker, and she put on some gentle religious music. She was deeply Catholic and said the music helped keep negative energies away. I was so rattled that I would have accepted any comfort, religious or otherwise. We were sitting on her bed, talking quietly about classes, when I first heard it. Whispering, very faint, coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. I stopped mid-sentence. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Marina shook her head. "Hear what?" The whispering continued, becoming slightly louder. I couldn't make out words, just the hushed sound of a woman's voice. Then it changed. The whispers gave way to the distinct sound of a woman crying. Not loud sobbing, but the quiet, heartbreaking sound of someone trying to hold back tears and failing. "There's someone crying," I said, my voice barely audible. "Can't you hear it?" Marina looked concerned now. She turned up the religious music and put a hand on my shoulder. "There's nobody crying, Isabella. It's just us." But the crying continued, alongside the whispering that had returned. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sounds seemed to be coming from inside my head now. I started to panic, my breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Marina tried to calm me down, but I was spiraling. The room felt too small, too dark, and the voices wouldn't stop. I spent that night in Marina's room, huddled under her spare blanket on her roommate's empty bed. I didn't sleep. The whispering and crying eventually stopped, but the fear remained, a cold, heavy weight in my chest. The next few weeks were a blur of anxiety and fear. I started avoiding my room as much as possible, spending late nights in the library or common areas. When I did sleep, I kept the lights on and music playing. My roommate thought I was losing it, and maybe I was. The stress of living in constant fear, combined with the pressure of my coursework, began to take a serious toll. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, shadows that moved too quickly, figures that disappeared when I turned to look at them. I became jumpy and irritable. My grades slipped. I barely ate. It all came to a head during a literature class about 2 months into the semester. I was sitting near the back of the room, struggling to focus on the professor's lecture about medieval poetry, when I saw her. A young woman in a white dress, standing in the doorway of the classroom. Her face was pale and drawn, her dark hair hanging limply around her shoulders. She was looking directly at me, her eyes empty and black. No one else reacted to her presence. The professor continued talking as if nothing was unusual. I blinked hard, certain I was imagining things, but when I looked again, she was still there. And now she was smiling, a terrible rictus that stretched her face unnaturally. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The entire class turned to stare at me as I pointed wildly at the doorway, but by then she was gone. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but my words came out jumbled and frantic. Someone called Campus Health Services. I was escorted out, still babbling about the girl in white, while my classmates watched in stunned silence. That was my first psychotic episode. In 2014, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and schizoaffective disorder. The doctors explained that the visual and auditory hallucinations I experienced were symptoms of my condition, not supernatural encounters. The medication they prescribed helped control these symptoms, and therapy gave me tools to distinguish between what was real and what was created by my mind. But sometimes in the quiet hours of the night I still wonder, were the knocks in my childhood home really just pipes? Was the overflowing sink in the dormitory bathroom actually a hallucination? What about the whispers, the crying woman, the figure in the doorway? I'll never know for certain whether what I experienced was paranormal or the early manifestations of my mental illness. What I do know is the fear was real. The terror I felt when I heard that psst behind me in my kitchen, or when the bathroom lights went out and I felt something move past me, that was genuine, regardless of what caused it. I'm stable now, with my condition well managed through medication and regular therapy. I've learned the importance of mental health care, especially when confronted with experiences that seem inexplicable. But I still won't stay in a house that shares a wall with another building. I still check all the faucets before I go to bed, and I still never ever look back when I hear something whisper my name. Story 14. I've avoided telling anyone about this for a year now. I don't even like thinking about it, but I need to get this off my chest because I still can't sleep right. My grandmother's been asking why I keep the lights on at night, but how do I explain what happened? She'd probably think I'm losing it. So last year my Uncle Fay passed away. He was my grandmother's younger brother and a Catholic priest who specialized in exorcisms and blessings in our community. Growing up, I sometimes got to watch him perform cleansing rituals whenever my parents would let me. Nothing too intense, mostly just blessing new houses or cleansing objects people thought might have bad energy. He always said it wasn't about the scary stuff like in the movies, but about bringing peace to troubled souls. When he died, my grandmother moved in with us in Riverdale, bringing some of his belongings she couldn't bear to part with. Among them was this old brown leather suitcase that contained his priestly items. I remember helping her unpack, and when we came across it, she just went quiet and said we should keep it somewhere safe. I opened it that first day while she was resting. Inside were his neatly folded black robes with the white collar, a hand-carved wooden chalice with Chinese characters etched around the rim, a tarnished silver cross that had to be at least a century old, several empty bottles that once held holy water, and this worn leather-bound book written in Latin that I knew contained prayers for exorcism. The book's pages were yellow and brittle, with handwritten notes in the margins, some in Chinese, others in English. Looking at these things gave me a strange feeling. Not fear exactly, but a heaviness. These weren't just random objects. My uncle had used them for decades to help people who believed they were haunted or possessed. How many troubled souls had been in the presence of these items? How many demons, if they exist, had these tools faced? I decided the cellar was the best place for the suitcase. Our cellar is dry and clean, and I thought it would be respectful to keep these sacred items somewhere quiet and undisturbed. I placed the suitcase on a high shelf in the corner, behind some storage boxes. I remember saying a small prayer, not that I'm particularly religious, but it felt right. Then I turned off the light and went back upstairs. That was a Wednesday. On Friday night, I woke up around 3:15 a.m. to what sounded like my grandmother calling my name. Vincent. Just once, clearly, like she was standing right beside my bed. I sat up disoriented, expecting to see her figure in the doorway, but my room was empty. The hallway light wasn't on. I figured I'd dreamed it and was about to lie back down when I noticed something on my bed that made my blood run cold. The suitcase. It was lying open at the foot of my bed, and all the items, the robes, the chalice, the cross, the empty bottles, were scattered across my blanket. The exorcism book lay open in the center, turned to a page with a large cross diagram and text surrounding it. I froze. My first confused thought was that my grandmother had brought it up for some reason, though it made no sense why she would dump everything on my bed in the middle of the night. Then I remembered how heavy that suitcase was, how my grandmother needed help carrying it, how her arthritis had been acting up lately. There was no way she could have retrieved it from behind those boxes on a high shelf. I checked the time again. 3:17 a.m. The house was completely silent. No footsteps, no doors opening or closing, just the sound of my own breathing, which was getting faster as panic set in. I slid off the bed, careful not to touch any of the items. I crept to my grandmother's room and peeked in. She was sound asleep, softly snoring. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked from the inside. Nobody could have entered our house. Back in my room, I stared at the scattered items. The wooden chalice was positioned upright, not on its side, as it would be if someone had simply dumped out the contents. The robes were unfolded but laid out neatly, not crumpled. The cross was placed directly on top of the robes. The empty bottles were arranged in a semicircle around the book. It looked deliberate, like someone had carefully arranged everything. But here's what terrified me most. I had placed the suitcase in the cellar behind boxes on a high shelf that required a stepladder to reach. For it to be on my bed meant someone, or something, had moved it up from the basement, through the house, up the stairs, into my room, and onto my bed while I was sleeping just inches away. I stood there trying to make sense of it, to find some rational explanation. Maybe I was sleepwalking, but I've never sleepwalked in my life. Maybe my grandmother actually did bring it up, but why would she deny it later? And how could she physically do it? I didn't touch anything. I just backed out of my room and spent the rest of the night on the living room couch with all the lights on. I couldn't bring myself to go back upstairs. When morning came, I asked my grandmother if she'd been in my room or moved the suitcase. The confusion on her face was genuine. When I showed her my room, she became visibly upset, muttering prayers under her breath. She said something in Chinese that I couldn't fully translate, but it sounded like, "It's still with them." That phrase made my skin crawl. What was still with the items? I told her I wanted to get rid of the suitcase and everything in it. She nodded immediately and said we should give it to Father Liu at St. Michael's, who had worked with my uncle occasionally. She seemed relieved that I suggested it, which only made me more uneasy. I carefully returned everything to the suitcase, trying not to think about what might have moved it. As I picked up the exorcism book, I noticed it was open to a specific ritual, one for binding restless entities to their place of origin. My uncle's handwriting filled the margins, with one note circled multiple times: failed containment. It follows the tools. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped the book. What did he mean by, it follows the tools? Had my uncle been dealing with something he couldn't control? Something that had attached itself to his ritual items? I slammed the book shut and stuffed it into the suitcase. As I did, I swear I felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. The air felt thick, like walking through cobwebs. I heard a faint whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I couldn't make out words, just a hushed, urgent sound, like someone trying to tell me something from far away. I clasped the suitcase shut, my fingers fumbling with the latches. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched by something in the corners of my room, something just out of sight. We called Father Liu immediately, and he agreed to come that afternoon. Those were the longest hours of my life. I refused to leave the suitcase alone, so I sat in the living room with it at my feet, jumping at every sound in the house. My grandmother sat with me, praying quietly in Chinese. At one point, while she was in the kitchen making tea, I heard a distinct clicking sound. I looked down to see one of the suitcase latches slowly rising, as if being pushed from within. I slammed my hand down on it, heart pounding in my chest. The latch resisted for a moment, actually pushed back against my palm, before finally clicking shut again. I've never told my grandmother about that moment. How do you tell someone you felt something inside a suitcase fighting to get out? Something strong enough to push against you? Father Liu arrived around 3 p.m. He's an older man, serious and calm. When I explained what happened, he didn't look surprised or skeptical. He simply nodded and asked to see the suitcase. I noticed he didn't touch it directly at first, instead using his stole, that cloth priests wear around their necks, to make contact with the handle. He asked specific questions about my uncle's last exorcism. I didn't know the details, but my grandmother mentioned it had been about 2 months before he died. Something about a family whose ancestral tablet had been desecrated. My uncle had tried to cleanse it, but came home exhausted and disturbed. Father Liu seemed to understand something then. He explained that sometimes during rituals, entities can attach themselves to the tools used against them if the ritual isn't completed properly. If my uncle had been ill or weakened during his last exorcism, which he was, we found out later he'd already been sick with the cancer that eventually took him, the entity might have found a way to linger. These items need to be properly cleansed and separated, Father Liu said. The fact that it moved the suitcase to your bed, Vincent, suggests it's gaining strength and awareness. I asked him why it would bring the items to me specifically. His answer chilled me. You're your uncle's blood relative. Perhaps it sees in you the potential to continue what he couldn't finish. Father Liu performed a blessing on our house before leaving with the suitcase. He promised to perform the necessary rituals to cleanse each item individually before storing them properly in the church. I thought that would be the end of it. That night, I slept better, relieved that the suitcase was gone. But around 2 a.m. I jolted awake with a distinct feeling of cold fingers brushing against my cheek. My room was pitch black, but I could sense something standing beside my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Classic sleep paralysis, I tried to tell myself, though I'd never experienced it before. Then I heard my uncle's voice, as clear as day. Vincent, it isn't in the objects. It never was. I broke free from the paralysis and lunged for the light switch, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. My room was empty, but on my pillow lay the silver cross, the same one that should have been in the suitcase with Father Liu. I haven't seen the suitcase or any of the other items since that night. Father Liu called the next day to say he'd performed the cleansing rituals and everything was secure. When I told him about the cross appearing on my pillow, there was a long silence before he said he'd come back to check on us. But he never found the cross in my room. It was gone by the time he arrived, with no explanation for where it went. He blessed the house again and gave me a new cross to wear for protection. but I could tell by his expression that he was deeply troubled. It's been a year, and nothing else has happened. No moving objects, no voices, no cold spots in the house. But sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I catch a whiff of incense and candle wax, the smell of my uncle when he'd returned from church. And in those moments, I feel like he's trying to tell me something important, something about what followed him home from his last exorcism. Whatever it was, I don't think it was after his religious tools at all. I think it was after him. And now maybe it's turned its attention to me. I still don't know what moved that suitcase from the cellar to my bed that night. I don't know how the cross appeared on my pillow when it should have been locked away in a church miles from here. All I know is that my uncle wrote, "It follows the tools." But maybe what he meant was, "It follows the tool bearer." What frightens me most isn't what happened. It's the feeling that whatever occurred that night was just the beginning of something that isn't finished with me yet. Story 15. I never thought I'd be sharing this. I've avoided thinking about it as much as possible for the past few months, but I can't stop replaying that night in my head. I need to get this out somewhere, even if no one believes me. I got married to Jacob last October. We'd been dating for 3 years, and I moved into his apartment after the wedding. It's not huge, but it's nice enough. 2 bedrooms, one we use as an office, decent kitchen, living room, the usual setup. About a month before our wedding, Jacob surprised me with this absolutely massive panda bear stuffed animal. I'm 5'4", and this thing was almost my height. It was ridiculous, but I loved it. Super soft, cute face, and honestly just a sweet gesture from him. We nicknamed it Big P. There wasn't really anywhere to put it in the apartment. We tried the bedroom corner, but it was just too bulky and made the room feel cramped. We finally decided to store it in this small closet we have near the front door. Not ideal, but it fit, and I'd still see it whenever I opened the closet to grab my jacket or whatever. I should mention something about myself. I grew up in a pretty religious household, Pentecostal, and I've always been sensitive to things. When I was a kid, I had a lot of experiences that I couldn't explain. Seeing shadows move when they shouldn't. Hearing whispers when I was alone. My parents always said I had a gift, but honestly, it never felt like one. By the time I hit my late teens, these things had mostly stopped happening, and I was relieved. Jacob knows about my past experiences, but I rarely talk about them anymore. From the first night in the apartment after the wedding, I felt uneasy. Something about the bedroom specifically made me uncomfortable. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. for no reason, with this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. When Jacob was working late shifts, he's in hospital administration and sometimes has to stay late, I'd sleep with all the lights on. I told myself it was just the adjustment period. New place, new marriage. All that change can mess with your head, right? But that Thursday night changed everything. I'd fallen asleep around 11 p.m. Jacob was beside me, scrolling on his phone. I was having this weird dream about swimming in dark water, unable to see what was beneath me. In the dream, something was pulling at my legs, dragging me down. Then suddenly, Jacob was shaking me, his voice panicked. "Hannah! Hannah, wake up!" I came to consciousness with a gasp. My whole body was trembling, like I was having some kind of seizure. I couldn't control it. My teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might crack. "What's happening? Should I call 911? Jacob was freaking out, phone already in hand. I couldn't speak. The shaking was violent, like something was trying to take control of my body. I've never experienced anything like it before. Not a seizure, not a panic attack, something else entirely. Then, as suddenly as it started, the shaking stopped. I sat up, gasping for air, and that's when I saw it. Standing on Jacob's side of the bed was a figure, tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing what looked like a white hooded robe or cloak. I couldn't see a face inside the hood, just darkness. It was just standing there, staring down at us, not moving. The room temperature had dropped so drastically I could see my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I hadn't seen anything like this since I was a teenager. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. "What's wrong?" Jacob asked, looking at my face. He could tell I was seeing something. I managed to whisper, "There's something looking at us, right next to you." Jacob turned his head toward our TV stand against the wall and said, "It's sitting on the table now." My blood went cold. Jacob has never experienced anything supernatural before. He's always been supportive of my past experiences, but never claimed to see anything himself. But in that moment, he saw it too. The figure had moved from beside our bed to sitting on our TV stand in an instant. Then it was gone, vanished. The room slowly warmed back up. We stayed awake the rest of the night, lights on, talking in hushed voices. Jacob described what he saw, a dark mass, shadowy but with form, perched on our TV stand like it was watching us. Not exactly what I saw, but definitely something. "I think it's been here for a while," I told him. "I've felt it since we moved in." The next morning, exhausted and still shaken, Jacob brought up something that hadn't occurred to me. "Do you think it could be the panda?" I almost laughed, but then I realized he was serious. "Every time I walk past that closet, I get this weird feeling," he continued, "like someone's watching me. At first, I thought it was just because it's so big, and the eyes are kind of creepy, but now I'm not so sure." I hadn't connected the dots, but he was right. I'd been avoiding that closet instinctively. Our dog, Rusty, would bark frantically at the closet door sometimes, even trying to attack it when we opened it. We just thought he was being weird. He's a rescue with some behavioral issues. "I've felt it too," I admitted. "I just didn't want to say anything because it sounds ridiculous. It's a stuffed animal, for God's sake." We spent the whole day debating what to do. Throw it away, donate it. But what if we were giving someone else our problem? Jacob suggested burning it, which seemed dramatic, but I wasn't entirely against the idea. The next day, Jacob had a 12-hour shift at the hospital. I was alone in the apartment and decided to do something. My parents had given us a small bottle of anointing oil as a wedding gift, typical of them, and I tucked it away in a drawer. I found it and went through each room, putting small drops of oil on the doorframes and windowsills, praying quietly like my parents had taught me. Every time I walked past that front closet, my entire body would go cold. Goosebumps would rise on my arms, and I'd get this intense shiver down my spine. I couldn't bring myself to open it. When Jacob got home that night, I told him everything I'd felt. Without hesitation, he went to the closet, yanked out the panda, and took it straight to the dumpster behind our building. He didn't even put it in a bag, just carried it out like it was contaminated. When he came back, he washed his hands for a long time. "I don't care if we're being paranoid," he said. "That thing gave me the creeps from the moment I brought it home. I should have listened to my gut." Here's the weird part. Jacob doesn't remember buying the panda. He remembers giving it to me, bringing it to our apartment, but not the actual purchase. He thinks he got it at a mall kiosk, but he can't recall which mall or when exactly. This detail has been bothering me more and more. The atmosphere in the apartment improved slightly after we got rid of the panda, but I still feel something lingering, especially in the bedroom at night. It's like whatever was attached to that stuffed animal left an imprint, or maybe it wasn't completely tied to the panda to begin with. My parents are planning to visit next weekend. They want to pray through the apartment and do a more thorough cleansing. My dad's bringing his special oil from Jerusalem. He's very serious about these things. Part of me feels silly about all this, but another part is desperate for help. Last night I woke up again at 3 a.m. The room was freezing. As I reached for Jacob, I saw something in the corner of our bedroom. Just for a split second, a white hood, Then nothing. I haven't told Jacob about this latest sighting. He's been stressed at work, and I don't want to make it worse. But I'm terrified that whatever it is, it's still here. That it was never about the panda at all. That the panda was just a vessel, a way for something to get into our home. I keep wondering, who gave Jacob that panda? Where did it really come from? Why can't he remember buying it? And why did it choose us? I haven't been able to sleep properly since that Thursday night. I keep the lights on when Jacob's not home. I've started sleeping with a small cross under my pillow, something I haven't done since I was a child. Sometimes I swear I can hear the closet door creaking open at night, even though there's nothing in there anymore. Sometimes I feel the weight of something sitting at the foot of our bed. And sometimes, in the darkness just before dawn, I think I hear something breathing. I don't know what to do. I don't know if getting rid of the panda made things better or worse. All I know is that something found its way into our home, and I'm not convinced it's gone. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, I'm desperate. I never thought a wedding gift could turn into a nightmare. I just want our home to feel safe again. Story 16. I've never told anyone about this before. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a little. I guess I always thought people would think I was making it up or that I was crazy. But after what happened last weekend at Grandma's house, I need to get this off my chest. Growing up, I spent most weekends at my grandmother's house in Cedar Hills. It was this big Victorian place with creaky floors and that distinct smell old houses have, like old books and furniture polish. My parents both worked weekends at the hospital, so from age 5 until about 12, Grandma's house was my second home. The house itself was filled with antiques. My grandmother was a collector of sorts. There were these heavy wooden bookshelves packed with leather-bound books that nobody ever read, china cabinets with delicate teacups, and various paintings hung throughout the house. But there was one painting in particular that hung in the living room. It was positioned directly across from the staircase, so you couldn't miss it when coming downstairs. The painting showed 2 women at an old upright piano. One woman sat at the piano with her fingers positioned over the keys. She wore this dark green dress with her hair pinned up in this severe bun. The other woman stood beside her, leaning slightly over with her finger pointing at the sheet music. The standing woman was older, wearing a high-necked black dress, her face stern but not unkind. The painting itself wasn't particularly remarkable. It wasn't some famous artist or anything, just an oil painting in an ornate gold frame that had probably been in the family for generations. I remember the colors were somewhat muted, with that yellowish tint old paintings get over time. My bedroom at Grandma's was at the top of the stairs, and I had to pass by the living room to get to the kitchen or bathroom. Nothing unusual about that, except for what happened at night. The first time I noticed it, I was about 6 years old. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom. It was probably around midnight. As I passed the living room on my way back to bed, I glanced at the painting like I always did, but something was different. The woman at the piano was moving her fingers. Not dramatically, just subtly pressing down on imaginary keys. Her foot was tapping too, like she was keeping time. The standing woman was nodding her head slightly, sometimes shaking it before pointing more emphatically at a different spot on the sheet music. I remember just standing there at the bottom of the stairs, watching them. I wasn't scared. That's the weird part. When you're a kid, you don't have the same boundaries of what's possible and impossible. I just accepted what I was seeing. After a few minutes, I got bored and went back to bed. Over the next few years, I saw the painting move many times, always at night, always when I was alone. The women would move in these little loops, like those 3-second GIFs people share online now. The pianist would play a sequence, the teacher would approve or correct her, and then they'd reset and do it again. There was never any sound, just silent, repetitive movement. Sometimes I'd sit on the bottom step and watch them for a while. It felt almost comforting. Like having company in the quiet house. The women never acknowledged me or changed their routine. They just kept playing their silent music, over and over. I remember one night when I was about 8. I tried to touch the painting. I dragged a footstool over and reached up to the pianist's face. The movement stopped instantly. The women froze in their original poses, looking exactly like a normal painting should. When I stepped back off the stool, they remained still. I gave up and went back to bed. The next night, they were moving again as if nothing had happened. As I got older and started spending less time at Grandma's house, I kind of forgot about the painting. My parents' schedule changed, and by high school, I wasn't staying over anymore. I'd visit for Sunday dinners or holidays, but always during daylight hours. The painting was just another piece of decoration in Grandma's cluttered house. Life moved on. I went to college, got a job, moved to another state for work. I'd come back a few times a year to visit family, including Grandma. But those childhood memories of the moving painting faded into the background. I chalked it up to an overactive childhood imagination or dreams I'd confused with reality. Last weekend changed everything. My grandmother is 89 now. She's still sharp as a tack, but her mobility isn't great. My parents called to tell me they were thinking about moving her into assisted living, and they wanted my help sorting through some of her belongings. So I flew back home for the first time in nearly 2 years. The house hadn't changed much. Same creaky floors, same antique furniture, same smell. But as I walked through the living room, I noticed the painting was gone. In its place hung a generic landscape, the kind you'd buy at a furniture store. I didn't think much of it at first. People change their decor all the time, right? Saturday evening, after a long day of sorting through basement boxes, my grandmother and I were sitting in the kitchen having tea. We'd been reminiscing about my childhood stays at her house, laughing about how I used to reorganize her pantry or my failed attempts at making pancakes in her kitchen. "Whatever happened to that old painting?" I asked casually. "The one with the 2 women at the piano that used to hang in the living room?" Grandma's hand paused midway to her teacup. "Why do you ask about that?" Her voice had this edge to it I'd never heard before. I shrugged. "Just noticed it was gone. I always liked that painting when I was a kid." "Did you now?" She studied my face for a moment. "It's upstairs in my closet, wrapped in a cloth." "You took it down?" It seemed like such a permanent fixture in that room. She took a sip of her tea before answering. "Some things are better put away." Maybe it was the nostalgic mood or the safety of the well-lit kitchen, but I suddenly felt brave enough to say what I'd never told anyone. "You know," I said with a small laugh, trying to make it sound like a silly childhood confession, "when I was little I used to think that painting moved at night. The woman would play the piano and the other one would point at the music. No sound or anything, just movement. Isn't that weird? Kids have such wild imaginations." The teacup in my grandmother's hand clattered against the saucer. Her face went completely blank, all the color draining from it. For a terrible moment, I thought she might be having a stroke. "Grandma, are you okay?" She set the cup down with trembling hands and looked me straight in the eye. "My dear," she said in a voice barely above a whisper, "why do you think I don't put it up anymore? Thanks for telling me you saw it too. I thought I was crazy all these years." My skin went cold. You saw it move too?" She nodded slowly. "The first time was right after your grandfather died. I came downstairs for a glass of water around 2 a.m., and there they were, moving like they were alive. I nearly had a heart attack." She took a deep breath. "Over the years, I saw it happen dozens of times. Always at night, always when I was alone. Or so I thought." "Why didn't you ever say anything?" "What was I supposed to say? That a painting in my house comes to life at night? They'd have put me in a home much sooner than now." She attempted a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I never knew you could see it too. I thought it was normal, I admitted. I was just a kid. I didn't know paintings weren't supposed to move. Grandma's fingers traced the rim of her teacup. It was my great-aunt's painting. The story goes that her piano teacher was very strict, would make her practice the same piece for hours. When the teacher died, my great-aunt commissioned the painting as a memorial. Always struck me as odd. Why memorialize someone who made your life difficult? Do you know who the women in the painting are supposed to be? The standing woman was the teacher, Miss Harriet Blackwood. The woman playing was my great-aunt, Elizabeth. We sat in silence for a minute, both processing the confirmation that what we'd seen was real, or at least that we'd both experienced the same impossible thing. "Can I see it?" I asked finally. Grandma hesitated. "Are you sure?" I nodded. Part of me needed to see it again, to confirm that I hadn't just made up this shared delusion. She led me upstairs slowly, leaning heavily on her cane. Her bedroom was at the end of the hall, a room I rarely entered as a child. The closest door creaked as she opened it. She pointed to the top shelf. "It's up there, wrapped in a blue cloth." I reached up and felt something rigid and rectangular. Carefully, I pulled it down. It was lighter than I remembered. The blue cloth was secured with twine, which I slowly untied. As the cloth fell away, I saw them again. The two women at the piano, frozen in their eternal lesson. The pianist with her fingers hovering over the keys, the teacher pointing at the music. In the dim light of the bedroom, the painting looked smaller, less impressive than in my memories. "When did you take it down?" I asked, still staring at it. "About 15 years ago," Grandma said, "after what happened with Mrs. Jensen." "Mrs. Jensen, the neighbor?" Grandma nodded. "She was helping me clean one day and mentioned the painting, said how lifelike it was, how she could almost hear the music. That night, I heard a piano playing downstairs. Real music, not just in my head." My arms broke out in goosebumps. "What did you do?" I was too terrified to go downstairs. I sat in my bed until morning. When I finally went down at daybreak, everything was normal. But the painting, the women's positions had changed. The teacher was sitting at the piano, and Elizabeth was standing. I looked down at the painting in my hands. The women were in their original positions, the young woman seated, the teacher standing. "The next night," Grandma continued, "I heard the piano again. I forced myself to look. I crept halfway down the stairs and peeked into the living room." She paused. There was no one at our piano, but the sound was coming from the painting. The longer I watched, the louder it got. That's when I decided to take it down. And the music stopped? It did. Until I wrapped it in cloth and put it away, I'd hear that piano some nights. Always the same melancholy piece, played over and over with mistakes, then corrections. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. "Can I unwrap it, just to look at it properly?" Grandma hesitated, then nodded. "Just don't hang it up." I carefully removed the rest of the cloth. The painting looked ordinary in the bedroom light, just oil on canvas, slightly cracked with age. I ran my finger along the frame, feeling the intricate carved pattern. Something made me turn it over. On the back, barely visible in faded pencil, was an inscription. "For Miss Blackwood, who taught me to play even after death took her. May our lessons continue until I master Chopin's Nocturne." My blood ran cold. I looked at my grandmother, who had gone very pale. "I never noticed that before," she whispered. I quickly wrapped the painting back up and returned it to the closet shelf. That night, I stayed in my old bedroom at the top of the stairs. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that we had both experienced some strange shared hallucination as a result of the painting's suggestive inscription. Around 1 a.m., I woke to the sound of piano music, faint, hesitant notes of what I now recognized as Chopin. Coming from downstairs, my heart pounding, I crept to my bedroom door and opened it. The music grew slightly louder. I stood frozen. listening to the halting melody, the occasional wrong note, the repetition of difficult passages. I don't know what compelled me, but I found myself moving toward the stairs. Step by step I descended, the music growing clearer. When I reached the bottom, I looked toward the living room. The painting hung in its old spot across from the staircase. But that was impossible. I had wrapped it myself and put it on the closet shelf just hours ago. The women in the painting were moving frantically now, not in their usual calm pattern. The teacher was playing rapidly, her fingers flying over the keys, while the students stood watching with an expression of horror. As I stared, the student's head slowly turned toward me. Our eyes met. Her lips formed words I couldn't hear over the increasingly frenzied piano music. "Help us!" I backed away, nearly falling up the stairs. I ran to my grandmother's room, bursting in without knocking. "Grandma, the painting!" Her bed was empty. The piano music reached a crescendo downstairs. I ran back to the staircase, looking down into the living room. My grandmother stood in front of the painting, reaching up to touch it. "Grandma, don't!" But it was too late. Her fingers brushed the canvas. The music stopped abruptly. The house fell into complete silence. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, my grandmother was staring at the painting. It showed 3 women now, the teacher at the piano, the student standing beside her, and a third figure in the background, barely visible in the shadows, watching. The third woman looked exactly like my grandmother. I grabbed her arm. "We need to get out of here." She didn't resist as I pulled her toward the front door. We spent the night in my car, parked under a streetlight a block away. Neither of us spoke about what had happened. In the morning, we returned with my parents. The painting was back in the closet, wrapped in its blue cloth. When we checked, it showed only 2 women, just as it always had. My grandmother moved into assisted living the following day. We never told my parents what happened. That was 5 days ago. Last night, I woke to the sound of piano music coming from my laptop. The screen was on, showing a blank document with 3 words typed over and over. "Not finished yet." I'm writing this from a hotel room. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I imagined everything, or if the painting somehow followed me home. All I know is that when I close my eyes, I can still see those women at the piano, still hear the halting notes of Chopin's Nocturne, and still feel the cold certainty that whatever is in that painting isn't finished with my family. Story 17. My husband Joel works on cargo ships, 3 weeks at sea, 1 week home. We'd been living in Stockholm, but after Lucas was born, we wanted somewhere more affordable. When Joel found this old farmhouse near Falkenberg for nearly half what we expected to pay, it seemed perfect. Quiet countryside, fresh air for the baby, and enough space that I wouldn't feel claustrophobic during Joel's long absences. We moved in last October. The house was beautiful in a weathered way, red wooden exterior with white trim, the classic Swedish farmhouse. 2 stories built sometime in the 1850s, according to the real estate listing. The previous owners had modernized the kitchen and bathrooms, but kept all the original wood floors, beams, and that gorgeous wooden staircase that curved up to the 2nd floor. Looking back, I should have questioned why they sold it so cheap. The first week was fine. Joel helped unpack before heading out for his 3-week rotation. I remember standing in the driveway waving goodbye, Lucas bundled against my chest, feeling optimistic despite the grey sky and the wind rustling through the pines surrounding our property. That night, the sense of isolation hit me for the first time. Our nearest neighbor was about 1 kilometer away, their lights barely visible through the trees. I'd lived in apartments my whole life, always surrounded by the comfort of other people nearby. But I told myself this was normal adjustment anxiety. It was on the 3rd night alone that I felt it first, just a vague sensation that something was off in the house. I was feeding Lucas around 2 a.m., sitting in the rocking chair in our bedroom upstairs. The wind had picked up outside, making the old house creak and groan, but beneath those expected noises was something else, a feeling of being watched. I scanned the shadowy corners of the bedroom, but of course there was nothing there. Just my sleep-deprived mind playing tricks, I thought. By the end of the first week, though, that sensation had grown stronger. I'd be doing dishes in the kitchen and suddenly feel like someone was standing behind me. I'd spin around, heart racing, only to find empty space. Once I even called out, "Hello?" feeling instantly foolish when only silence answered back. I blamed it on loneliness, on being a new mom, on hormones, anything rational to explain it away. I didn't want to be one of those hysterical women who couldn't handle being alone. Then came the footsteps. It was the middle of my second week alone. Lucas had finally fallen asleep around 10 p.m., and I was downstairs making a cup of tea, looking forward to a rare hour to myself before bed. That's when I heard it. Distinct footsteps crossing the floor above me, right where Lucas's crib was. I froze, mug halfway to my lips. The steps were slow, deliberate. Not the random creaks of an old house settling, but the unmistakable sound of weight shifting from one foot to another, back and forth, like someone pacing. I took the stairs 2 at a time, panic rising in my throat. When I burst into the bedroom, Lucas was still sleeping peacefully in his crib. The room was empty, the wooden floor silent under my bare feet. I checked the closet, looked under the bed, even opened the window to see if someone could have climbed onto the roof. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just the wind making the old beams contract. Houses make noise, especially century-old farmhouses. That's what I repeated to myself as I sat awake all night, watching Lucas breathe. The next morning I called Joel. Just hearing his voice made me feel more grounded. I mentioned hearing strange noises, but downplayed my fear. He suggested it might be animals in the attic. Maybe a squirrel or a bird had found its way in. That explanation made sense, and I clung to it. I even went up to the attic that afternoon, flashlight in hand, Lucas strapped to my chest in his carrier. The space was dusty and cold, filled with forgotten furniture from previous owners. No sign of animals, but also nothing menacing. Just an old, empty attic. I told myself I was being silly. That night, though, it wasn't just footsteps. I heard the stairs creak one by one, like someone was slowly climbing up to the second floor. I sat upright in bed, clutching the blankets to my chest, listening so intently it hurt. Creak, pause, creak, pause. The distinct sound of each step being taken with careful deliberation. No random pattern of a house settling. This was the methodical ascent of someone trying to be quiet. When the creaking reached the top step, I held my breath. There was a long silence, then the sound of weight shifting in the hallway outside my bedroom door, which I'd left cracked open to hear Lucas if he cried. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. I stared at that crack in the door, terrified of what might appear, yet unable to look away. Nothing did. Eventually, the hallway floor creaked again, like whatever had been standing there had moved away. I didn't sleep at all that night, keeping myself wedged between Lucas's crib and the bedroom door. In the morning light, I felt foolish again. I was scaring myself over nothing. Old houses make noises, everyone knows that. But then Lucas started acting strange. He was only 6 weeks old, but I swear he could sense things I couldn't. He'd be calm one moment, then suddenly start screaming, while staring fixedly at empty corners of the room. He'd track something with his eyes that I couldn't see, his little head turning slowly across the ceiling. I Googled it, of course. Normal for babies to stare at nothing. The results reassured me that babies often focus on light patterns, shadows, or just practice using their developing vision by staring. Nothing supernatural about it. But deep down, I knew this was different. There was an intentness to his gaze, a focus that seemed beyond his age, and sometimes he'd abruptly stop crying mid-scream, as if someone had suddenly distracted him. His eyes would widen, tracking something invisible across the room. Then he'd start babbling, almost like he was responding to someone. By the beginning of the 3rd week, I was barely sleeping. The footsteps had become a nightly occurrence. Across the upstairs hallway, down the stairs, back up again. Always out of sight, always stopping if I went to investigate. I started keeping all the lights on, though it made no difference to what I was hearing. I was counting down the days until Joel came home. Just 4 more nights, I kept telling myself. I can handle 4 more nights. Then it happened. The thing I still can't explain, the thing that makes me shake even now as I type this. It was around 2 p.m. Lucas had just gone down for his afternoon nap upstairs, and I was in the kitchen making a sandwich, relieved to have a moment to myself. The baby monitor sat on the counter beside me, the screen showing Lucas sleeping peacefully in his crib. I had just cut my sandwich when I heard the first creak on the stairs. Not the usual nighttime creaking. This was louder, more deliberate, like someone who didn't care about being heard anymore. Creak, creak, creak. I stood frozen, knife still in hand, as the steps descended slowly. Then they stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear. The house was completely silent for maybe 30 seconds. Then all at once, there was a thunderous pounding, like someone running full speed up the stairs. Thump, 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 thump. The entire house seemed to shake with the force of it. I screamed, dropping the knife as the pounding reached the top of the stairs. Then came the worst sound. The unmistakable slam of a door shutting violently. The baby monitor erupted with Lucas's terrified screams. I don't remember running up those stairs. One moment I was in the kitchen, the next I was in the upstairs hallway, my heart nearly exploding in my chest. The door to our bedroom, the door I never closed so I could hear Lucas, was shut tight. I grabbed the handle, half expecting it to be locked or to feel resistance from whatever was inside, but it opened easily. What I saw inside stops my breath even now. Lucas was on the floor beside his crib, screaming hysterically. On the floor. My 6-week-old baby who couldn't roll over, who certainly couldn't climb, who physically could not have gotten out of his crib on his own. I snatched him up, checking frantically for injuries as I backed out of the room. He seemed physically fine, just terrified. I ran downstairs, grabbed my phone and my car keys, not even bothering with a coat despite the freezing temperature outside. I didn't stop until we were in the car with the doors locked. Only then did I realize I was sobbing, clutching Lucas so tightly he started crying again. I loosened my grip, trying to control my breathing as I called Joel. I don't remember exactly what I said. Something hysterical about footsteps and doors and Lucas on the floor. Joel tried to calm me down, suggested I go to the neighbors, said he'd tried to get emergency leave to come home early. I didn't go back inside. I drove straight to the neighbors I'd met only once before, showed up on their doorstep, shaking and crying with Lucas in my arms. They were kind, these older Swedish farmers. They didn't ask too many questions when I said I couldn't stay in the house, just made up their guest room and kept me supplied with tea. When Joel arrived the next day, I made him go to the house to get some of our things. He didn't believe me, of course. Thought I was having some kind of postpartum episode. But he humored me, staying at the neighbor's house that night. "We'll go back together tomorrow," he promised. "You'll see it's just an old house." I agreed, but only if we didn't stay the night. Just pack what we needed and figure out our next steps. When we returned to the house the next morning, everything seemed normal at first. Joel went upstairs to pack our clothes while I gathered Lucas's things from the living room. I was folding a blanket when Joel called down to me, his voice strange. "Anna, did you do something to Lucas's crib?" I went upstairs, Lucas on my hip. Joel was standing in our bedroom, staring at the crib. The solid wooden crib that his father had made for us as a gift. One of the side rails was broken clean in half. Not unsteady, not pulled loose from its screws. Broken completely through the solid oak slat, as if something enormously strong had snapped it in two. Joel ran his fingers over the splintered wood. "This couldn't have broken on its own," he said quietly. Then he looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time since I'd called him hysterical. "And Lucas couldn't have done this." We sold the house a month later, taking a significant loss, but not caring. We moved to an apartment in Gothenburg, close to Joel's parents. He took a land-based job that keeps him home every night. I've researched the history of that farmhouse since then, found old newspaper clippings from the 1930s about a family who left suddenly, claiming their infant daughter was taken from her crib by unseen hands. Reports from the 1970s about a family hearing phantom footsteps on the stairs, always families with babies or young children. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know why it targeted Lucas. All I know is that something was there. Something that could break solid wood, move a helpless infant, and walk those stairs with deliberate, heavy steps. Lucas is one now. He's happy, healthy, and shows no signs of remembering what happened. Sometimes I convince myself it was all in my head, sleep deprivation, isolation, the stress of being a new mom. But then I remember the sound of those footsteps rushing up the stairs, the door slamming, and my baby, my newborn baby who couldn't even roll over, somehow on the floor beside his broken crib. Some things can't be explained away, and some houses should be left empty. Story 18. We moved there when I was 6. My dad got a job transfer to northern Wisconsin, and my parents fell in love with this old Victorian-style house on the edge of town. It was everything they wanted: spacious, character, history, and surprisingly affordable. Now I understand why it was so cheap. The house itself was beautiful, I guess. 3 stories, with these ornate wooden banisters, creaky hardwood floors, and tall windows. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, with a view of the dense woods behind our property. At first, I was excited. It felt like living in a castle compared to our old suburban ranch house. Things felt off from the beginning, though. Not scary yet, just strange. I remember the first night we spent there, I couldn't sleep. Not because I was excited about the new house, but because I felt like someone was watching me. I kept opening my eyes, expecting to see someone standing in the corner of my room. I told my mom the next morning, and she said it was just the unfamiliar surroundings. The first real incident happened about 3 months after we moved in, during our first Thanksgiving in the house. My grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and my cousins had all driven up to see the new place and celebrate with us. I was helping my mum set the table in the dining room, while everyone else was in the living room chatting or in the kitchen finishing up the cooking. I was placing the water glasses when it happened. There were these stone coasters on the table that my mum had put out. Heavy things with cork bottoms. I remember this so clearly. I had just turned to ask my mum where to put the napkins when my aunt, who was walking into the dining room, gasped. Everyone turned to look. One of the coasters was gliding across the table, not like it was pushed, but like someone had picked it up and was moving it while keeping it in contact with the table. It moved about 2 feet in a perfectly straight line, then stopped right at the edge. The room went completely silent. My dad came in from the kitchen, and my uncle asked if anyone had bumped the table, but no one was even touching it. My dad tried to replicate it by shaking the table, but the coaster barely moved. The table wasn't slanted. My dad checked with a level right there in front of everyone. We tried to laugh it off. My uncle made some joke about friendly ghosts wanting to join Thanksgiving dinner. But I remember looking at my mom's face and seeing real fear there, just for a second, before she smiled and told everyone to sit down. After that first incident, I started noticing more things. Small stuff at first, items that weren't where we left them, cold spots in rooms that made no sense, even to my dad who knew about heating systems. The dog refusing to go into certain parts of the house. When I was about 9, I had my first really terrifying experience. My parents had gone to a neighbor's house just across the street for a quick visit. I begged to stay home alone because I was watching a show I loved. They agreed, since they could literally see our house from the neighbor's front window, and I promised to keep the doors locked. I was lying on the couch in the living room watching TV when the volume suddenly started increasing by itself. The remote was on the coffee table, not touching anything. I grabbed it and pressed the volume down button, but it kept getting louder. Then I heard voices, not from the TV, from somewhere else in the living room. It sounded like two people having a conversation, but I couldn't make out the words. Just the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of voices. One sounded like a man, deep and slow. The other was higher pitched, maybe a woman. I was frozen. I couldn't move. Then the TV just shut off. Complete silence. I could hear my own breathing, way too fast. I called out, "Hello?" like an idiot in a horror movie. Nothing. Then the temperature dropped. I'm not exaggerating when I say I could see my breath. In Wisconsin, I knew what cold felt like, but this was different. This was like being dunked in ice water. I ran out the front door and across the street to the neighbors. My parents found me crying, trying to explain what happened. My dad went back to check the house with the neighbor, while my mum stayed with me. They found nothing, of course. Dad said the thermostat had malfunctioned, which explained the cold, and the TV remote probably had battery issues. I didn't believe him, but I wanted to. The incidents kept happening, getting more frequent. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Doors would close by themselves. Sometimes we'd hear knocking from inside the walls. When I was 10, we came home from grocery shopping one Saturday afternoon to find that every clock in the house had stopped. The microwave, the oven clock, my parents' alarm clock, the antique grandfather clock in the hallway. All of them. And here's the weird part, they were all stopped at different times. The microwave said 3:17, the oven 11:42, my bedside clock 5:09, and so on. My dad replaced all the batteries, reset everything, and by the next morning, 3 of them had stopped again at new random times. My parents were starting to get genuinely freaked out. I overheard them talking late one night about the house's history. Apparently, they'd learned from a local that the house had been empty for almost 5 years before we bought it. The previous owners had moved out suddenly, with no explanation. Before them, no one had lived in the house for more than 3 years at a stretch since the 1970s. But the worst experience, the one that still makes my skin crawl, happened when I was 11. It was a Tuesday after school. My mom had a doctor's appointment, and my dad was still at work. I was supposed to start the laundry before Mom got home. Our washer and dryer were in the basement, which I already hated going into. It was always cold down there, with these weird shadows from the small windows near the ceiling. I gathered the laundry and forced myself to go downstairs. The basement had a concrete floor and stone foundation walls. The washer and dryer were in the back corner, next to a small bathroom that nobody ever used. I started sorting clothes, trying to hurry so I could get back upstairs. That's when I heard the back door open and slam shut. The back door was at the top of the basement stairs, leading from the kitchen to a small landing and then down to where I was. I froze. Mom shouldn't be home for at least another hour. "Mom?" I called out. No answer. Then I heard footsteps, clear as day, the sound of a woman walking in heels across our hardwood kitchen floor. Click, 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 slow, deliberate steps. I stood there, clutching a damp towel, unable to move. The footsteps stopped right at the basement door. I was staring at the bottom of the door from the basement, and I saw it, a shadow, like someone was standing on the other side. The doorknob turned, slowly. I couldn't breathe. The door opened about an inch, then stopped. Complete silence. I managed to find my voice. "Hello?" "Who's there?" The door suddenly swung open all the way, banging against the wall. But there was nobody there, just an empty doorway. I dropped the towel and ran up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I burst into the kitchen, expecting to see someone, but it was completely empty. I checked every room in the house. Nothing. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. Nobody could have entered and left in that time. When my mom came home, I was sitting on the front porch, refusing to go back inside. I told her everything. For once, she didn't try to explain it away. She just held me while I cried. That night, I heard my parents arguing. My mom wanted to move. My dad said we couldn't afford to sell the house at a loss. The market was down, and if we told people why we were selling, no one would buy it anyway. Things escalated after that. Objects would fly off shelves. We'd wake up to find all the kitchen cabinets open. Once, my mom found all our framed family photos face down on the floor, the glass shattered in each one. The last straw came about 3 months after the basement incident. I woke up in the middle of the night to find a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She was wearing old-fashioned clothes, like from the early 1900s, and she was just staring at me, not menacingly, but with this profound sadness. When I screamed, she didn't vanish instantly like ghosts in movies. She turned and walked toward my closet, fading with each step until she disappeared. My parents finally gave in. We moved out 2 weeks later, taking a massive financial hit. My dad had to work 2 jobs for years to recover. We never talked much about that house after we left. It was like we all had this unspoken agreement to pretend those 6 years never happened. I've researched the house since then, found out it was built in 1897 by a lumber baron who supposedly lost his wife and daughter to influenza. I don't know if that's connected to what we experienced. All I know is that house was filled with something not right, something that didn't want us there. I drove past it last year on a trip back to Wisconsin. There's a new family living there now. I wanted to stop to warn them, but what would I say? "Your house is haunted? I used to hear footsteps and see ghosts?" They'd think I was crazy. Sometimes I still jolt awake, thinking I hear those heels clicking across hardwood floors, coming toward my bedroom. I hope the new family is okay, or that whatever was in that house has finally found peace. Story 19. I've never been the type of person to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always been the skeptic in my friend group, the one rolling my eyes when someone brings up a spooky experience they had. I was that guy who always had a logical explanation for everything. But what happened last weekend in my workshop has completely shaken my belief system, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I have this small shed-like structure in my backyard that I converted into a workshop about 2 years ago. It's nothing fancy, just 4 walls, a roof, and a door. No windows. I use it mainly for my woodworking projects and to store some of my music equipment. It's my little sanctuary where I can escape and work on my hobbies without distraction. Last Saturday, I decided to spend the day cleaning and reorganizing the workshop. It had gotten pretty cluttered over the past few months, with tools scattered everywhere and dust covering every surface. I started early, around 8 a.m., armed with cleaning supplies and garbage bags. The weather was nice, so I left the door open to let in some fresh air and natural light. My acoustic guitar was leaning against the far wall. I'd brought it out there a few days earlier to practice while taking breaks from a shelf I was building. It's not an expensive guitar, just a mid-range Yamaha I've had for about 6 years, but it has sentimental value to me. I was careful to place it in a spot where it wouldn't get knocked over during my cleaning frenzy. I started by clearing off my workbench, throwing away scraps of wood, and organizing my tools. I was making good progress, and by noon I had already filled 2 garbage bags with junk. That's when I came across something I had completely forgotten about. a homemade Ouija board I had crafted for a Halloween party last year. It wasn't anything special, just a piece of plywood that I had sanded down and painted black. I had used white paint to add the letters, numbers and the words yes, no, hello and goodbye. And I even made a little planchette out of a small piece of wood with a clear marble epoxied into a hole I had drilled. My friends thought it was cool, but we never really used it seriously. After the party, I had tossed it in my workshop and completely forgot about it. As I held the board in my hands, I remembered how my girlfriend had refused to touch it at the party. She's superstitious about these things and warned me not to mess with them. I had laughed it off, of course. Like I said, I've never been one to believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever. I sat down on my stool and examined the board, running my fingers over the painted letters. The paint was starting to chip in some places. I was trying to decide whether to keep it for next Halloween or just throw it away. I remember zoning out a bit, my mind wandering as I traced the letters with my index finger. And that's when it happened. The most violent, loudest strum of my guitar strings I've ever heard erupted in the small space of my workshop. It wasn't just a light vibration or a single string being plucked. This was a full-on aggressive strum, like someone had taken their hand and forcefully raked it across all 6 strings with significant force. The sound was so sudden and so loud in the quiet workshop that I let out a scream and literally jumped off my stool, dropping the Ouija board on the floor with a clatter. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a few seconds, I just stood there, frozen, staring at my guitar that was still leaning against the wall, exactly where I had left it. The first thought that popped into my head was that maybe an animal had gotten into the workshop, a squirrel or a bird perhaps. But I had been facing the open door the entire time, and there was no way anything could have entered without me noticing. Besides, the guitar was positioned in such a way that an animal would have had to deliberately approach it and somehow strum it with significant force. I carefully approached the guitar, half expecting to see something, anything, that could explain what had just happened. But there was nothing. The guitar was untouched, still leaning against the wall at the same angle. I picked it up and examined it. The strings were still vibrating slightly, confirming that what I had heard wasn't just in my imagination. I put the guitar down on my workbench and began searching the workshop. I checked every corner, moved every box, looked under every shelf. I was desperate to find a rational explanation. Maybe something had fallen from the ceiling, but there was nothing on the floor around where the guitar had been. Maybe a gust of wind had somehow caused the strings to vibrate, but the guitar had been positioned against the wall, protected from any direct airflow, and even the strongest gust wouldn't have produced such a loud, deliberate sound. I spent almost an hour searching for an explanation. I even went as far as to check if there were any loose electrical wires that could have somehow caused a magnetic field or something. I was really grasping at straws at this point. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing that could have physically caused that guitar to make that sound. The volume and intensity of the strum I heard would have required something heavy or metal-based to hit the strings. It wasn't a gentle, accidental brush against the strings. This was a powerful, deliberate motion that produced a loud, resonant sound that filled the entire workshop. As I was standing there, trying to process what had happened, I noticed the Ouija board on the floor, where I had dropped it. A chill ran down my spine as I made the connection. I had been holding the board when the guitar strummed. Was it just a coincidence? It had to be, right? There's no way these two things were related. That's what the rational part of my brain was saying anyway, but another part of me, a part I didn't even know existed until that moment, was screaming that something was very wrong, that what had happened wasn't natural, and that maybe, just maybe, I had been wrong about the existence of things beyond our understanding. I couldn't stay in that workshop alone any longer. I left everything exactly as it was. The guitar on the workbench, the Ouija board on the floor, and practically ran back to my house. I immediately called my girlfriend, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what had happened. She could hear the fear in my voice and said she'd come over right away. I also texted 2 of my friends who lived nearby, asking if they could come over. I needed witnesses. I needed other people to see the scene, to help me figure out what could have caused that sound. I needed confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. My girlfriend arrived first, about 20 minutes later. She found me sitting on my couch, still visibly shaken. I hadn't moved from that spot since I came back from the workshop. I couldn't bring myself to go back out there alone. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said as she walked in, and I couldn't even manage a smile at the irony of her statement. I explained again what had happened, this time in more detail. To her credit, she didn't immediately dismiss me or laugh it off. She could see how genuinely disturbed I was by the experience. "Do you want to go back out there?" she asked after I finished my story. I nodded, even though every instinct was telling me to stay away from that workshop. We waited for my friends to arrive before heading out there together. Safety in numbers, I guess. When all 4 of us entered the workshop, everything was exactly as I had left it. The guitar was still on the workbench, the Ouija board still on the floor. I explained again what had happened, pointing to where I had been sitting and where the guitar had been leaning. My friends, skeptical as they were, just as I would have been in their position, began examining the workshop, looking for anything that could have caused the sound. They checked the ceiling for loose objects, the walls for any sign of movement or instability, even the floor for vibrations from nearby construction. There wasn't any. One of my friends, who plays guitar himself, picked up my guitar and strummed it lightly. The sound it produced was nowhere near as loud or as violent as what I'd heard earlier. He tried strumming it harder, but even then, it didn't match the intensity of the phantom strum I had experienced. Maybe it was just the wind, my other friend suggested, but even he didn't sound convinced. The positioning of the guitar against the wall would have made it nearly impossible for any gust of wind to hit the strings directly, especially with enough force to produce such a loud sound. My girlfriend, who'd been quiet up until that point, picked up the Ouija board from the floor. I could see her hands trembling slightly as she held it. "You said you were holding this when it happened?" she asked. I nodded, and she carefully placed the board back on my workbench, far away from the guitar. We spent another hour in that workshop, all 4 of us, searching for any possible explanation. We recreated the scene. I sat on the stool, holding the Ouija board, while my guitar leaned against the wall in the exact same spot. Nothing happened. We tried different positions, different angles, even tried to see if any vibrations from nearby roads could have caused the strings to vibrate. Nothing. In the end, we had to accept that there was no rational explanation for what had happened. My friends, while not fully convinced that something supernatural had occurred, couldn't provide a logical alternative. My girlfriend, who had been superstitious to begin with, was now even more convinced that some things in this world can't be explained by science or logic. As for me, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I've always prided myself on being rational, on finding logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable events. But what happened in my workshop that day has challenged my entire belief system. I haven't been back to the workshop since that day. The guitar is now safely stored in my bedroom, and the Ouija board, well, I asked my girlfriend to get rid of it. I don't know what she did with it, and I don't want to know. I keep replaying that moment in my head, the sudden loud strum of the guitar strings, the fear that shot through me, the desperate search for an explanation that never came. I've tried to convince myself that there must be a logical reason, something I overlooked, something my friends and I missed during our investigation. But deep down, I know there isn't. Whatever caused my guitar to produce that sound that day wasn't natural, and that realization terrifies me more than anything else. I used to be so certain about the world, about what is and isn't possible. Now I'm not so sure anymore. And I can't help but wonder, if this happened, what else might be real that I've dismissed as superstition or folklore? I don't have answers, only questions, and a lingering fear that some doors once opened can never be fully closed again. Story 20. I've been sitting at my computer for almost an hour now trying to figure out how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it down, except that I need to tell someone, and I don't know who else would believe me. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar. About 3 months ago, I moved back to my hometown in Maryland, right near where the state borders Pennsylvania and Delaware. I hadn't lived there since I was 18. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone's business, where the same families have lived for generations, and where the most exciting thing to happen is when they repave Main Street. I never thought I'd come back, but life has a way of bringing you full circle. My wife got a really good job opportunity at the regional hospital, and with the cost of living being what it is in the city, we decided it made sense to move back. We brought our 5-year-old son Noah with us. We didn't buy right away. We rented an apartment about 3 miles from where I grew up, just to get a feel for how things had changed. The apartment wasn't anything special. A 2-bedroom in a converted old house with creaky floors and radiator heat that clanked like someone was hitting it with a wrench all night long. But it was temporary, and the rent was reasonable, so we didn't complain. My wife Elaine works in the ER and often takes the midnight shift. The pay is better, and it works out for childcare since I work from home most days. On the night it happened, it was mid-October. The weather had just started to turn chilly, and there was that distinct fall smell in the air. You know the one, like decaying leaves and wood smoke. Elaine had left for her shift around 11 p.m., and I'd put Noah to bed in our room. He'd been having some trouble sleeping in his own room lately, said he didn't like the shadows the tree outside his window made, so we let him sleep with us when Elaine was working. I didn't mind. He'd eventually drift back to his own room once he got more comfortable. I climbed into bed around midnight. Noah was already fast asleep, his little body curled up on Elaine's side of the bed, his favorite stuffed dinosaur tucked under one arm. I remember thinking how peaceful he looked and feeling this overwhelming sense of protectiveness. The apartment was quiet except for the occasional car passing by on the street below and the distant sound of the neighbor's TV. I wasn't particularly tired, so I reached for the remote to see if there was anything worth watching that late at night. That's when it happened. Just as my fingers touched the remote, I heard someone whisper, "Kenny." Kenny. Not Ken or Kenneth, which is my actual name. Kenny, the nickname my mom and a few close childhood friends used to call me. Almost nobody calls me that anymore, except my cousin who still lives in town. My wife has only ever known me as Ken. I froze, remote in hand, straining to listen. I figured it was just my imagination or maybe the TV from next door. I turned my head toward Noah, thinking maybe he had mumbled something in his sleep. But he was dead to the world, his little chest rising and falling with deep, even breaths. I shook it off and pointed the remote at the TV again. "Kenny!" This time it was louder, more forceful, and it came from directly behind me. It wasn't a shout, but a harsh whisper, like when someone is trying to get your attention without waking others. The kind of whisper that cuts through silence like a knife, and then I felt it, the worst part. I felt breath on the back of my neck, parting the hair there. Warm breath, like someone was leaning in close to my ear. Every muscle in my body locked up. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't even blink. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my eyeballs. I wanted to turn around to see who, or what, was behind me, but I was paralyzed with fear. There was no one else in the apartment. I had locked all the doors and windows before going to bed. I'd checked them twice, because it's a habit I've had since Noah was born. No one could have gotten in. I don't know how long I sat there frozen. It could have been minutes or hours. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to run, to grab Noah and get out, but I couldn't move. I was afraid that if I turned around, I would see something I couldn't unsee. Eventually, I managed to slowly lower myself down onto the pillow, my back still to the empty space behind me. I pulled the covers up to my chin like a child hiding from monsters, my eyes wide open in the darkness, watching the shadows on the wall. I didn't sleep at all that night. I lay perfectly still, listening to every creak and groan of the old building, jumping at every sound. Noah slept peacefully beside me, completely oblivious to my terror. As the night wore on, my mind started racing. Who would call me Kenny? Very few people even knew that nickname anymore. Then a thought struck me that made my blood run cold. My mother used to call me Kenny. She passed away 5 years ago before Noah was born. Could it be her? Was she visiting to see the grandson she never met? But why would she terrify me like that? My mum wasn't the type to play pranks, especially ones this cruel. And if it was her, wouldn't she want to see her grandson's face, not whisper behind me in the dark? When the first light of dawn started filtering through the blinds, I felt like I could breathe again. Nothing else had happened during the night, but I was exhausted and on edge. When Elaine came home around 8 a.m., she took one look at me and asked if I was sick. I must have looked awful. I didn't tell her what happened. What could I say? That I heard a voice whisper my childhood nickname, that I felt breath on my neck when no one was there. She'd think I was losing it. And honestly, I was starting to wonder the same thing. Over the next few days, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd been half asleep and dreamed it. Maybe it was the wind or the radiator or the pipes. Old houses make all kinds of weird noises. Maybe the stress of the move and starting over was getting to me. I almost convinced myself that's all it was, almost. Then about 2 weeks later, something happened that made it impossible to keep dismissing what I'd experienced. I work for a marketing firm that has an office in town. I usually work from home, but I go into the office for meetings once a week. There's a guy there named Dave who started around the same time I did. We're not close friends, but we're friendly enough. We chat about sports and the weather, normal co-worker stuff. That day, we were both staying late to finish up some quarterly reports. The office had emptied out, and it was just the two of us. We ordered pizza and were taking a break in the break room when Dave started acting weird. He kept looking over his shoulder and seemed jumpy. I asked him if everything was okay, and at first he brushed it off. But after a few minutes of awkward silence, he put down his pizza and leaned forward. "Ken, do you believe in, I don't know, supernatural stuff?" he asked, his voice low even though no one else was around. I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean?" He ran a hand through his hair, looking embarrassed. "It's just... something weird happened to me a couple weeks ago and I can't stop thinking about it." I nodded for him to continue, my pizza forgotten. Dave took a deep breath. "I was in bed, right? It was early morning, maybe 3 a.m. My wife was at her sister's with the kids, so I was alone in the house. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard someone whisper my name. My stomach dropped. I set my pizza down too, suddenly not hungry. "Not my name exactly," Dave continued, "but what my grandma used to call me when I was little. Davy. Nobody's called me that in years. I thought I imagined it, but then I heard it again, louder, like right behind me. And I swear to God, Ken, I felt someone's breath on my neck. I felt the blood drain from my face. Dave must have noticed because he immediately backtracked. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not the type of guy who believes in ghosts or whatever, but it felt so real, and I haven't been able to shake it." I sat there, stunned. Dave's experience wasn't just similar to mine. It was identical. The childhood nickname, the whisper from behind, the breath on the neck, the early morning hours. It was too specific to be a coincidence. "Where do you live, Dave?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Over in Hillcrest. Just bought a place there last year," he replied. Hillcrest was only about 10 miles from my apartment, still within the same general area. Why? Do you think I'm losing it? He asked with a nervous laugh. I shook my head slowly. No, I don't think you're losing it at all. I told him what had happened to me. As I spoke, I watched his face go from confusion to shock, to fear. When I finished, we sat in silence for a long moment, both of us trying to process what this meant. So what the hell is going on? Dave finally asked. Is there something about this area? Some local legend or something? I'd grown up here and never heard of anything like this. I don't know, but the similarities are too exact to ignore. We spent the next hour comparing notes. It turned out Dave had more in common with me than I realized. We both grew up with single mothers. We both had sons around the same age. We both had moved away and then come back. And we both had experienced the same inexplicable phenomenon within days of each other. Have you told anyone else about this? I asked him. He shook his head. Who would believe me? I barely believe it myself. I understood completely. I hadn't even told my wife, and we didn't keep secrets from each other, but how do you tell someone something like this without sounding completely unhinged? Since then, nothing else has happened. No more whispers, no more breath on my neck. But I still can't sleep with my back to the room. I still check on Noah multiple times a night. I still jump at unexpected sounds. Dave and I have been doing some research, trying to find any local folklore or history that might explain what we experienced. So far, we've come up empty. We've thought about reaching out to others in the area to see if anyone else has had similar experiences, but we're worried about looking like lunatics. Sometimes I think about my mom, about whether it could have been her trying to make contact. But then, why would Dave have the same experience? Was it someone else's family member trying to reach them, or something else entirely? I don't have answers. All I know is that something whispered my childhood nickname that night. Something that knew me, or at least knew what I used to be called. Something that was close enough to breathe on my neck. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and Noah is sleeping peacefully beside me, I catch myself listening, waiting, wondering if it will happen again and what I'll do if it does. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I need to know I'm not going crazy. I need to know we're not alone in this.